welcome to the August please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For the record, I'll call this.
Member Baker.
Present.
Can you hear us okay, Superintendent Hoffman?
Oh, now I can. There was an echo.
We were just calling roll and we got to you.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Member Kay. Present. Dr. Mack. Here. Dr. Robbins. Member Ruiz.
Present.
Member Wellborn.
Present.
President Narducci. You have a quorum, Dr. Burke.
Thank you, Director Williams. So in terms of business reports, on behalf of our president, Luke Narducci, I will report that Luke is currently not feeling well and suffering the after effects of COVID, and we wish him well and a very speedy recovery. So no reports other than that on his behalf. And I share that with his permission from last night. Superintendent Hoffman, your report, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice President Corr, board members. First, I want to take a moment to acknowledge respectfully the geographical landscape of Maricopa County sits on the ancestral homelands of those indigenous nations that have inhabited this land for centuries, including the Pima, Lehigh, and Lavine peoples. With many of our schools starting back up over the past month, I've had the great opportunity to visit with teachers, students, and families who have celebrated their first day of school. In my visits to Casa Grande Elementary School District, Lavine Elementary School District, and the Academy del Pueblo Charter School, I have seen a mixture of emotions, mostly excitement for everyone to see their friends and teachers for the first time in many months, or even for the first time over a year, but also nervousness over the current surge of the Delta variant of COVID-19. Many of our school leaders, principals, teachers, and students that I had a chance to speak with during these visits also had a mix of sentiments about the return to the new school year. And so while I'm so grateful to see many of our school leaders approaching this year with confidence, caution, and optimism, I also share their concern at the number of students who have been exposed to COVID-19 in our schools, and also the number of students who must quarantine due to this exposure. Our students have worked tirelessly through this pandemic to stay on top of their academic goals, but it's been challenging for everyone. Between different learning models and personal loss due to the virus, there has been limited stability for our students. Despite that, they continue to show up enthusiastic to be surrounded by their peers and ready to learn. And I saw that firsthand in my school visits. Their resilience is something that cannot be measured. And we have a community obligation to make sure that they have every opportunity to continue with the rest of this school year with in-person learning. I would like to encourage our school leaders, educators, and board members to check out the resources posted on our website, the azed.gov Department of Education website, on a new page titled School Year 2021-2022. Under the Safe and Healthy Schools section, there are COVID-19 mitigation strategies, requirements, including quarantining guidance from the local health departments and CDC. You can also find our investments made with the federal recovery dollars from the American Rescue Plan and the CARES Act. Those are listed under the Federal Recovery Funds, or ESSER, section. We've posted technology, resources, and strategies, including how to access affordable internet in your community. And those resources can be found under our new technology hub. There's also a complete list of newly required reporting for this school year for all of our LEAs, and that can be found under the section Required Reporting for LEAs for the 2021-22 school year. I'm also thrilled to be sharing about our new partnership with Discovery Education. And so despite starting despite the challenges of this new school year, we have been working tirelessly to use our federal recovery dollars to accelerate learning and to bring additional resources to our students, teachers, and schools. One of our latest investments is this new partnership with Discovery Education, which is a worldwide EdTech leader whose state-of-the-art K-12 digital platform supports learning wherever it takes place. By strategically using our ADE federal relief and recovery dollars, teachers and students across the state will soon receive access to Discovery Education's award-winning K-12 learning platform. As our students, teachers, and families begin to return to in-person learning, ADE and Discovery Education are committed to meeting students where they are at to accelerate learning from the past 2 disrupted years. Once our LEAs are onboarded onto the system, teachers and students will have full access to a vast collection of compelling, high-quality, standards-aligned content, ready-to-use digital lessons, and professional learning resources. All of our LEAs have already been given instructions on how to onboard into the Discovery Education platform and integrate it in within their own unique digital learning platforms. And if there are any questions or inquiries about this, please reach out to our communications team at communications@azed.gov. As a former educator in special education, I remember vividly seeing firsthand how some of our students required intensive therapies and services in our schools to access their education. And while I'm thankful for recent investments by the state funding to our special education programs, it's been 14 years since Arizona last commissioned a special education cost study. This has left our policymakers with outdated information to inform legislative decisions on special education funding. ADE recently announced a $500,000 investment from our federal COVID relief funds to conduct a new special education cost study. This study is a valuable tool that is needed to show the actual cost required to meet all students' needs and advocate for additional funding as needed. Another big announcement later today, the department will release statewide assessment results from this past spring. Approximately 85% of students in Arizona took the statewide assessments in the last school year. And while this is among the highest participation rate in the country, it is still below the 95% rate historically needed to meet the federal requirements, which were relaxed in the last year. There will still be plenty of time to go through the data, but the scores we're seeing are generally aligned with the trends that we are seeing across the country. They also reflect the challenging learning environments and in many cases, trauma faced by students during the upheavals created by the pandemic, as well as the limited access to technology and internet access in many parts of our state. We must acknowledge the significant impact the pandemic has had and continues to have on our students and families. Now is the time for us all to be working together to get the virus under control so that this school year can be used to accelerate student learning and to move us forward from this newly determined baseline. In closing, I would just like to say that although we were so hopeful for an easier start to the school year, I'm in constant admiration of our school leaders and educators who are going above and beyond to ensure high quality teaching and learning in our classrooms across the state. And our schools continue to provide so many amazing services and programs to support our students and their families. So thank you so much to the education community, and please hang in there. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. Executive Director report, an update on the investigative unit transition. Director Williams, your report, please.
Thank you, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. If not, I can do it from memory. Okay, well, so as you all know, the investigative unit was transferred to the State Board of Education on July 1st of 2021. With that transfer came a chief investigator, 4 investigators, and 1 admin assistant. In addition to the funding, the State Board of Education also received funding and FTEs for 4 additional investigators and 1 additional administrator. There we go. The investigative unit was physically moved into the State Board of Education offices on August 9th of 2021. We continue to work collaboratively with the Department of Education to solve some of our IT issues and our computer issues, because there's a whole host of applications and databases that the investigative unit utilizes to investigate cases of misconduct by educators. I just want to publicly thank Melissa Becerra and our State Board staff for, including the investigative unit, for the change that comes with moving offices and getting things squared away so that we all can continue to provide services to the constituents of Arizona and to the State Board. Next steps is that we're looking to hire those 4 new investigators and admin assistant by mid-September. We need to train those staffers up. We also have to create some non-certified educator processes and distribute that information to both district and charter schools, ensuring that we're looping in the charter state school board. The chief investigator and Garnett Burns, who's the project director of enforcement actions, they will be traveling to Prescott in October to train the HR professionals in the state. We're going to continue to track data, both now on the investigative side and the State Board adjudication side. And then we do have a social media and cell phone best use practice document that we have to complete by December. So really busy in the investigative unit, but we're very excited to have them on our staff and on our team. And again, thanking board staff and the department staff for the continued collaboration to get those folks up and going. With that, that concludes my report.
Fantastic, thank you. I'll move us on to item 2, which is our first call to the public. This is a time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent portion of the agenda. And we know we've got a number of folks lined up today, so due to the number of speakers on today's agenda, all speakers will be limited to 1 minute. Director Williams, have we received any requests to speak during this call to the public?
Yes, Vice President, core members of the board, prior to calling the 2 individuals who have requested to speak verbally today, I do want to note for the record that we've received written comments on 3I from Gregory Copeland, 3K from Carla Phillips, 3K from Becky Hill, 3K from Matthew Simon, and not on the agenda, there's a public comment from Rita Bolton. So first up, we have Representative Jennifer Pollock, who's in person, followed by Gregory Copeland, who is virtual. Jessica, can you just move the timer over a little bit? Thank you.
Representative, please.
Good morning, Vice President Core and Superintendent Hoffman and the board. I am Representative Jennifer Pollock. I represent District 17 and I serve as ranking member on the House Education Committee. I also teach for one of our state universities in the teacher prep program. I'm here today to speak about the early literacy program. I am quite concerned that non-certified teachers are exempt from the training requirements. As of March 2021, there were 2,250 non-certified teachers in Arizona's K-5 classrooms. If we are serious about strengthening our reading programs and the foundational literacy skills of our students, we must ensure that the K-5 teachers have the same training requirements. If they don't already have a reading endorsement and they don't have documented record of successfully teaching reading, they need additional training. I implore you to think creatively during the rulemaking process, and I respectfully ask you to include the non-certified teachers in the training requirement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, virtually, we have Gregory Copeland.
sorry. Vice President Core, members of the state board. My name is Greg Copeland. I am the superintendent of Antelope Union High School District. We're on your consent agenda today. We've submitted a written response to the item on the consent agenda. I would just like to let you know that we take our fiduciary responsibilities quite seriously, and that we are in the process and have been in the process of not only addressing the items of compliance on that we are before the board, but we also are here to make sure that you understand that we also brought in other mitigation resources to ensure that we are in compliance. We're hoping that you will forestay the recommendation and allow us time for our outside auditors to come in and to look at the mitigations resources that we put in place, and put us off until the February board meeting so that we'll have time to complete those compliance issues. We're in compliance in a lot of areas, and we're working on steps to be in compliance in other areas. I just wanted to take the time to let you know that we are here to answer any questions that you may have, either in person or via email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Does that conclude our comments for the first? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We will move on to then the consent agenda. I understand that Member Mack would like to pull 3A. Is that correct, Member Mack? Yeah. Does any other members wish to pull any of the consent agenda items? Okay. Then we will take the remaining items as a single motion. We will exclude 3A, and I would seek a motion to approve items 3B through 3L. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Baker, do I have a second? Member Burke, thank you. Any comments? Okay, then all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Okay, then Member Mack, I understand there might be a presentation related to 3A.
Vice President Core, that is correct. We do have Sean Ross with us today from the Department of Education, and he'll be giving a brief presentation on the EdTech standards.
Excellent, that's great.
Sean?
Please, Sean.
Hello, everybody. Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you in person. I'm Sean Ross. I'm the Deputy Associate Superintendent of Academic Standards at the Arizona Department of Education. My team oversees early childhood, K-12 academic standards, the Arizona Charter School program, and our post-secondary initiatives. We're really proud of one of the few teams in the department that goes birth to college. So we have a pretty wide scope of work. And I am here to talk to you today about Arizona's educational technology standards. And so we came to the board, I believe, August of 2020, and requested the ability to open those standards for review, which is part of the normal process. And I'm going to walk today very quickly through the definition of standards, what that process is, and then an update on where we are. So we always start with the definition of standards, and those are what a student needs to know, understand, and be able to do at the end of each grade. And they build across grade levels in a progression of increasing understanding through a range of cognitive demand levels. And they're adopted at the state level by the State Board of Education. And so we go to the next slide. This is actually the board approved process for standards adoption, which we follow in every content area. And so usually a standards review is requested by either the agency, the governor's office, by the board. We then open the standards review. We form a group of educators, a working group of educators from across the state, and we bring them together to review other state standards, national standards, current research on that specific academic subject area. Over the course of a year, sometimes 18 months, a draft of new standards for Arizona are built by the educators in the working group. And then we come to the board and we request that those standards be put forward for a 45-day public review period. We really value this period in particular because it's a chance to get feedback from stakeholders from across the state. It's one of the things we really pride ourselves on with our standards in Arizona is that they're built by these working groups of teachers. They're vetted in public open meetings at the board. And then we have this 45-day public review period. So we feel really confident at the end that these standards represent the values of the community and have the input of the community. So that's where we are today. Once that 45-day public review window is open, we actually will send the standards out for what we call technical review as well. And so we have technical reviewers, national and state experts who will review them. Once the review period is over, which would be, if it opens today, it would be about October 15th, we will bring that working group back, the working group of educators, over the course of a couple months, a few months, depending on the amount of feedback. We'll take that feedback into account, revise the draft, and then bring it back to you for formal adoption. So that's where we are in the process at the moment. And just a little quick overview of the working group itself. I have to start with a thank you. We ask a lot of educators in general. I always like to say that teachers hold up the world. And in particular, over the course of this standards review, which has happened entirely during the pandemic, they have done an unbelievable job. And so we bring this working group together and we use what's called an accordion model. We bring people in and out during the process so that we have some consistency. We have some folks who are there for a lot of meetings, but we also get new, fresh voices in during the process, so that way we get as much representation as we can. As you can imagine, that was a bit of a challenge during this particular process as it started in fall of 2020. However, having said that, we're still only halfway through the process, and so we do have a big focus on getting more involvement from other counties, but we're proud because we've had representation from 6 counties. We have had representation from 25 districts and charters. And then we've had ASTE, the Arizona Technology and Education Association. They represent educational technology teachers from across the state, and they've been a very present part of this process as well. And so we held 14 virtual meetings over 10 months, and there have been over 300 hours donated by these teachers. I have to tell you, the meetings themselves have been pretty interesting. We've held them at night, we've held them in the mornings, we've held them in the afternoons. We've done everything we can to accommodate schedules for teachers so they can join us. But as you can imagine, during the pandemic in particular, educational technology specialists were in high demand at their districts, right? So as schools were transitioning to virtual and hybrid learning, as schools were opening and then closing, it was a challenge to ask, but they stepped up. Our working group is amazing. They are a transcendent group of educators, extremely dedicated to this particular content area and to their kids, and they've done a lot of great work. So next slide. So I'm just going to give you an overview very quickly of where the draft standards are before they go forward for public review. The foundational resources that the working group chose to use to build the standard were the ISTE, International Society of Technology and Education, standards for students. Those are national standards adopted by ISTE. The Washington State Educational Technology Standards, the Wisconsin Educational Technology Standards, and then Wyoming. We did not purposely pick 3 W states. I don't know why this revision process was sponsored by the letter W, but it wasn't until putting this together that I looked and I went, well, what were the odds of that happening?
What did West Virginia feel?
Yeah, you know what? I feel like we slighted them. I feel really bad about that. But those were the core. We looked at multiple states, but those are the core state standards that the working group really enjoyed and liked what they saw and said, hey, we're gonna borrow some of what we see here. Now the structure of the standards, and I'll get into that a little bit in the next slide in a little more detail, is that there are 7 standards, and you'll see those 7 areas represented in that graphic. And then under each standard, there's a grade band indicator. And I'll talk about why the working group made the decision to build them in grade bands in a moment. And then under each grade band, there are grade band sample student performances of how a student could demonstrate mastery of that standard at that level. And then you'll see that the standards present in a vertical progression. So next slide. So this is actually a screen capture of a standard. And what you'll see at the top is standard 1, Empowered Learner 1. So this standard is actually the same across K-12. But at each grade band, and the grade bands that the working group decided to adopt are K2, 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12. And some of the rationale that went into the adoption of grade band standards was that ed tech, especially in Arizona, is not typically taught as a standalone course. It's often effectively, hopefully, integrated into other courses because it's a piece that can really augment learning in English and math and actually all subject areas. and then can reinforce ed tech standards as well. And so they thought grade bands would be more appropriate. And then the ISTE standards, which were, again, one of the foundational documents, those are built in grade bands. And they really liked the idea that our standards, to a certain point, would match ISTE so that we have the availability of those national resources aligned to our standards. So you have the standard at the top, and then you have the grade band indicators. And those were vetted by, actually every piece of this was vetted by the working group, but in particular changes were made at the indicators where they saw fit. And then Washington State actually had this sample student performance section that the working group really liked because they thought, well, because educational technology standards are often not taught by educational technology experts, but instead by classroom teachers whose expertise may be more in literacy or math or social studies, we want to really give them an example. We want to give them examples of how they can look for mastery in their students. Now, these aren't dictated. It's not saying that they have to do these activities, but they wanted to at least give them a sense. And so they built out these sample student performances for each grade level, for each indicator, and for each standard. So you'll see that throughout the document. And so we're excited because we feel like this gives educational technology teachers and gives other classroom teachers who will use these standards the chance to really have a cross-section of what's happening in these standards. And then the working group requested in particular that the standards be placed on one page together, K-12, so that if I'm teaching 6th grade, I can go in and immediately know, well, what did these kiddos hopefully learn before they got to me? What am I teaching them? What are they going to learn after me? So that's the structure of the standards. And the next slide. With every set of standards, we always have a back matter section that contains a glossary and some other resources to assist in the teaching of the standards. So in particular, in this case, I want to highlight in the ISTE standards, in the Washington standards, and then Wisconsin included this as well, there was an example scope and sequence built out for very specific skills in educational technology. Now, this isn't a prescription. We don't prescribe curriculum at this level where we adopt standards. Curriculum's done at the local level, but we do get requests quite a bit from schools for like, hey, can we get some guidance or what are some great resources? And so we have an example scope and sequence in the back that they could use as a resource, as a jumping off point. And then of course we have a glossary and other components as well. So again, very proud of the work of the working group. It has been an incredibly difficult year for everyone. And then in particular, we have asked these teachers to go above and beyond to donate time outside of the school day, and they have shown up for us, and we're very, very thankful for their work. We're really happy with where the draft is, and we're really, really excited to get into open for public feedback, because that's I think the most integral part of the process, because it allows us to know, like, hey, has the working group hit the mark? What are some ways that we can make this better? So I'm happy to take questions if you have them.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah, Dr. Mack.
Vice President Core, thank you, Sean, for sharing the presentation, and really excited again to launch these. I think that just the major point I just want to bring up before we launch them for the 45 days to really encourage more counties to be represented. These are ed tech standards. We have a digital divide, as we know, and nationally, but especially in our state too. So I just want to make sure there's more than 6 counties. Definitely, by the time these are presented back to us, that we'll have much more representation in voices. That's my main concern, is because out of those 6 counties, no doubt a lot of Maricopa in there, no doubt Pima, and so I just want to make sure that we are making explicit and concerted efforts to get as much feedback as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mack. Any other questions or comments?
With that, I'm open.
Member Burton?
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Court. Those were my concerns. We've been hearing about schools that don't have adequate broadband, and so they might not even be engaging because they have adequate broadband or a computer. So I was just wondering, is there a plan to incorporate or get input from those districts?
So these are great questions. Thank you, Dr. Mack, Member Burton. The process of soliciting feedback, when we open up for public review, as a standard part of our process from the department, we actually reach out to our educational service agencies because they are rooted in the counties, and they know who to go to. We reach out to our superintendent's listserv, our principal listserv. We have an educational technology teachers listserv. So we blanket the field with requests like, hey, this is your chance. We'd love to hear from you. Again, we're working really closely with AST, which is the content area organization that represents EdTech. So they're going to help us with outreach as well. We have a goal in every standards revision process to have all counties in Arizona represented. We definitely looked at 6 and we're like, okay, we're not there yet. Again, I will say navigating the pandemic has had a large impact on that. We definitely have done targeted outreach to every county, and understandably, we've had participants who are like, I would love to participate. However, we've had health issues arise and all the things that you can sort of imagine would happen over the last year. But the thing we're excited about again is we're just sort of at the midpoint of the process. We have all of this piece to come, and it is going to be a really, again, concerted effort to get more of those voices represented. And then to address your question, Member Burton, about the digital divide, ADE has specific areas that are working to address that. Our Office of Digital Technology, Member Mack led our tech task force, and they made recommendations, and those are being put in by a newly created office, which we are helping to support. So it's not going to be necessarily represented in standards themselves, but it will be in initiatives from the agency. And then once standards are built, we always build guidance documents. We always, craft those. And Member Mack was a part of that process when we adopted our computer science standards. So we imagine it'll be a very similar process. And in fact, similar to our computer science standards, we're actually working with our certification team to build an endorsement in educational technology, a teacher endorsement, so that teachers can be recognized for their training and their ability in this area, and give them another avenue to leadership. So yeah, we're very excited with where we are, but we share that same desire.
Thank you, Vice President Corr. So I suggest when we were talking about having all 15 counties represented, that reaching out to the county school superintendent's office is a great way to ensure that possibly the education service agencies and the professional development divisions can represent those districts within the county, or suggest different districts, and preferably rural, I think, are going to have a huge impact on what how these standards can realistically be implemented in our rural areas. So if you might want to reach out to the county superintendents.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Vice President Hoffman. That is definitely on the list that we implement as soon as you all vote to open. We kick into a process by which we reach out, and we have the Arizona Rural Schools Association. We have a number of contacts that we use, and we very much is part of a large initiative with Superintendent Hoffman. That rural outreach is really important, and so it is a big area of focus for us.
Thank you.
Well, fantastic. And speaking of voting, Member Mack, I would give you the honor of making the motion to approve item 3A if you so choose.
I move to approve item 3A.
Okay, and I would look for a second.
I'll second.
Member Burton, thank you so much. Any further comments, questions? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Move us on to item 4. Once again, a call to the public. I understand we have a great number of folks who want to talk to us, and I think that is amazing. So this time is for the public to comment on items on today's general session. And again, due to the number of speakers on today's agenda, I would ask that all speakers limit their comments to 1 minute. 1 minute. Director Williams, I know we've got a number of folks interested, so I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Corr, members of the board. Prior to calling individuals to speak, for the record, I would like to state that we had written comments for 5G from Victoria Virgin, 5H from Matthew Simon, 5P for Lisa Cohen, and 5D had 26 ESA comments. We'll start with in-person. In-person, we have 6 individuals. First up, we have Lisa Cohen, followed by Kayla Spadini. Lisa.
Good morning, distinguished board. My name is Lisa Cohen, and I'm the founder of the Kaya Rain Foundation. 2 years ago, I lost my 21-year-old daughter, Kaya, to a first-time anaphylactic reaction. There was no EAI and epinephrine autoinjector available, and less than 10 minutes later, she was dead in my arms. I created the Kaya Rain Foundation in her honor. Our mission of advancing food allergy awareness, education, and epinephrine access has helped me transform my pain and been my call to action to help save lives. I would like to encourage the board to accept the proposed rule changes and procedures of EAI administration, which will bring the rules into alignment with the law. The Arizona Administrative Code in front of you today identifies the opportunity and authority of Arizona public school districts to stock EAIs on site and the training required to administer epinephrine in an emergency. 2 children in every classroom have a food allergy, and 26% of first-time food allergy reactions occur at school. Access to an EAI will save a life and has done so already in Maricopa County this semester. Removing the current limitations is imperative to strengthen emergency preparedness, public health, and safety, and we would be consistent with the statute. So I appeal to the board to consider the 1 million+ students in your schools and the thousands that could potentially have an anaphylactic reaction at school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kayla Spadine, followed by Matthew Simon. Kayla?
Vice President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. I'm here as an ESA parent and as a founder of a domestic nonprofit organization that was created for the benefit of and advocacy for ESA families after the ADE flagrantly mishandled our private information in January of 2020. Empowered Arizona families. I value the efforts that SBE has made in creating the rules around ADE's administration of the ESA program. However, I'm sure you will hear from many others today, the ADE has continually acted in bad faith regarding these new rules to the detriment of ESA families, students, and their education. How much time and money across 3 state agencies has been wasted by the ADE refusing to work with parents to find solutions because they would rather force parents through an appeals process and that are largely overturned either by ADE willingly or by OA. How many parents have been intimidated away from appealing legitimate issues because of the ADE's behavior? And how much longer will the state of Arizona, the Board of Education, and the Superintendent of Public Instruction allow the ESA office at ADE to treat parents in this unfair way, where they are abusing this process that was put in place to help parents? My question to the board is, how can we begin ensuring that our rights as parents, our children's rights to their education is protected and respected by the agency that is tasked with ESA management? When the department has flouted the rules so far, finding ways to change policy and interpretation of rule and statute within a current school year after handbook and rule has already been set for the time. Mid-quarter, these things, they don't have accountability, and we are, as parents, are asking, where does this accountability come in? So please, we are eager to hear and see and work with the state board to find ways to hold the agency accountable for serving our ESA families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Matthew Simon, followed by Dr. Mark Dornstedt. Matthew?
Vice President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board, Matthew Simon on behalf of Great Leaders Strong Schools. We applaud the recent actions by the state legislature on promoting early literacy for our students. It's imperative that all of our students have the skills necessary to be successful in their academic careers and beyond. However, we have some concerns about the proposed rule and accompanying excellent teacher pathway policy document. First is the proposed rule has an expanded definition of literacy instruction to include social studies. We feel like there should be a more robust public discussion about this expanded definition, as there could be unforeseen consequences about how schools departmentalize teachers, as well as the instruction that they're providing. And there was no discussion about literacy, including social studies instruction during the legislative process. During the legislative process, Great Leaders Strong Schools advocated for an excellent teacher pathway to be included. that was grounded in observations and student achievement data. And this excellent teacher pathway not only will allow teachers to be able to meet the statutory requirements of the skills and knowledge needed, but also to identify those exceptional teachers to help coach other teachers across the state. Although a 90% proficiency bar is no doubt a high academic bar that we achieve for, it lacks the relevant context to identify excellent teachers in all contexts. For example, it does not include an opportunity for teachers to be identified for growth, exceptional growth, 2 or more years of growth, as well as an ever-moving bar of proficiency. We feel like these should be identified as part of a policy that's attached with the excellent teacher pathway, as well as these other rule adjustments, so that all teachers who are exceptional and have the statutory requirements can be recognized in this pathway. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Mark Jornstad, followed by Debbie Penn. Dr. Jornstad.
Good morning, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Mark Jornstad, Executive Director of the Arizona School Administrators. I will address the accountability system and rulemaking on the literacy endorsement. As you undertake reporting and continued analysis of the A3F accountability system, ASA emphasizes the importance of including growth continually as a key factor in measuring the effectiveness of schooling on student learning. Now, regarding agenda item 5H, we are living with a teacher shortage, actually a crisis, and yet we are adding a well-intentioned but additional burden of a literacy endorsement requirement. I urge the board to utilize the exceptional teacher pathway and authorize our principals who, as qualified evaluators, already have the legal authority to designate teachers as highly qualified, to designate those who prove themselves capable as exceptional teachers. Please don't put further obstacles in the way of those educators who are already performing capably. Yes, train those who need it, but only those who need it. Let's not further exacerbate the teacher crisis we are already living with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Next up, we have Debbie Penn, followed by Darcy Mentoni.
Good morning, Vice President Core, members of the board. On behalf of the Vail School District, I'd like to speak to you about agenda item 5H, the proposed rule for the K-5 literacy endorsement and the corresponding excellent teacher pathway. Like you, we believe that children deserve the very best possible early literacy education. And like us, our teachers highly value early literacy education. Our teachers and instructional leaders have worked for many years to establish what good enough looks like and to hold our children to that high expectation. The result has been highly performing schools throughout our district for nearly 2 decades. Vail is home to 4 of the top 15 elementary schools in the state of Arizona, and our NAEP scores are in the same level as Massachusetts. Teachers in these schools are doing everything we expect from them and much more. Where we set the bar for our teachers is a critical consideration. We should not create a situation where a school is earning nearly every growth and proficiency point in our state accountability system, but is simultaneously requiring their teachers to take additional college level courses. The Vail School District fully supports multiple pathways to prove, and also believes that school principals should have a high degree of input in determining that proficiency level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Darcy Mentoni, and then virtually Kelly Picatino. I apologize. I'm real bad at names.
Is Darcy here?
She's not.
Okay.
I would take her time slot if I could.
Oh, those folks from Vail always looking for an edge.
All right, Darcy's not here. We'll move on to Kelly, and this is virtual, followed by Sarah Blank. Jessica, do you see Kelly?
Kelly Picatino is with us. However, I think she's having some technical issues.
Okay, so we'll move on to Sarah Blank, and then if we can figure out Kelly, put her at put towards Beth. Okay, so next we have Sarah Blank, followed by Rebecca Cullen.
Are you there?
Oh, yes, Kelly, we hear you. Go ahead,
I'm
Kelly.
sorry about that. Good morning, board members and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Kelly Pichettino. I am a parent in the ESA family program. I would like to call your attention to a current FERPA violation within the Class Wallet platform, and I would like to know why, for a second time, my child's name is available for a stranger to view along with my personal information. This applies to all families within the Class Wallet platform that the ADE is using to process payments and orders. Their child's name and parents' information are available for users to view. The ADE is responsible for protecting our information, and the ESA students are protected under FERPA. And that is according to the Attorney General statement done in 2020 after the previous data violation, addressing that data breach. This is complete gross negligence and completely irresponsible of the Department of Education. Please have the ADA correct this within Class Wallet. Please have the ESA rules to be updated to reflect that the contract holders for our accounts must follow FERPA, and that the ADE must respect and follow the FERPA law themselves, and that the proper discipline will be taken. In closing, I would think that the department would invest a little bit more thought and care, time and accountability into their actions. I would also think that they could show our children some more respect than what is currently being shown to them. Perhaps proper training and professional development in the special education field and laws would only be appropriate for all staff members that are employed with the ESA program. Please, I encourage you to remember that this program is to empower education and not to discourage it. My family is ever so thankful for this life-changing program. My son has learned and suffered trauma in the public school system, was abused by educators that were to serve him and to protect him. He is now learning to love learning and as education. We are thankful for this program. Please address this and hold ADE accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, next up, we have Sarah Blank, followed by Rebecca McCullough.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board and Superintendent Hoffman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My three children are ESA recipients. I am so thankful for the program. I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide each of them with the education that they need. However, it has become difficult to access educational components that my children and other ESA families need. The current situation at ESA is delaying and blocking the education of our children. Parents are experiencing lost accounts, late or no funding, as well as lost and unordered debit cards. It is the middle of the first quarter, and some accounts are still not funded. These aspects do not allow parents to educate their children. Children are losing their spots in schools, programs with tutors and therapists because they either don't have funds or the debit card to pay. There has been no communication from ADE to all ESA families regarding lost debit cards, late and lost funding. There are unfounded policy changes that do not reflect statute or SBE rules, such as removing and changing previously approved items from the allowed list, asking for random documentation that is not required per the handbook or rules, and asking for proof of purchase of curriculum. Staff are arbitrarily denying items. There's a great lack of consistency. Per the rules, similar items for similar children should be approved. There has been no communication to all ESA families regarding these policy changes. Again, these aspects delay and block the education of our children. Thank you, and I appreciate your time and support of our ESA program.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rebecca McCullough, followed by Alexa Bloom. Rebecca?
Executive Director Williams, Rebecca McCullough is not with us this time.
Thank you.
We do have Alexa Bloom.
Perfect. Alexa Bloom, go ahead, followed by Coco Lovejoy.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, Alexa. Go ahead.
Vice President Kaur, members of the board, sadly, I spoke to you almost exactly 1 year ago about this same issue. I believed it had been taken care of. The one person within ESA with a background in education, specifically special education, understood the needs of our children. With the help of the SBE, she made changes that allowed for the type of learning and materials our children require. That person is gone, and with her are students' educational opportunities. The biggest obstacle our students face within the department is people with absolutely no background in education, child development, or the individual children they serve deciding what is considered educational. It's absurd. These people believe that shape sorters, puzzles, blocks, educational posters, student planners, etc., need to have detailed curriculum attached to be educational in any way. They just can't conceive of a child needing to engage with hands-on materials without a textbook attached, which means they have absolutely no awareness of the educational needs the majority of children using ESAs have. Conversely, programs that teach social emotional skills and regulation, such as Mightier, are now only allowable for special education students. Why do staff at the Arizona Department of Education believe only special education students need to learn emotional regulation? That is incredibly ableist. These sudden changes stem from the same place they always have. A belief that taxpayers in need are a bunch of potential fraudsters. I thought we as a society had moved beyond that rhetoric. I thought ESA as a program had moved beyond that rhetoric. The fact that the Department of Education cannot see past politics and rhetoric to finally allow our children an equitable education is reprehensible. Please help them again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Coco Lovejoy, followed by Christine Emmanuel. Coco?
Hi.
We can hear you, Coco. Go ahead.
I don't see myself. I don't know if you hear and see me, or you just hear me.
We can see you and we can hear you, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. I am here to talk about the department made up requirement to parents to send by email or ticket either full curriculum or their own lesson plans they create to teach their students, to show that this supports the request to purchase supplemental items. So I'm touching on what Alexa was saying, basically. Last year, ESA accidentally released information containing not only names of participants in the program, but also contact information, amounts awarded through the program to each student, and the student's disabilities. It's for this reason that I want to protect my intellectual property when I create lesson plans, given that the leaked documents ended in the possession on every school district in Arizona, thanks to SOS. I should not be required to submit any lesson plans for any supplemental curriculum any curriculum that I create, and becomes therefore an intangible creation of my intellect. I would suggest that it is reasonable to request, and I agree that ESA can request my degree as proof that I am capable to do it. As well, I should not be forced by the department to commit copyright infringement by submitting other people's curriculum or books to the department by email or ticket. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christine Emmanuel, followed by Kimberly Poling. Christine?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Christine and I am an ESA parent. I'd like to bring to your attention Class Wallet's Master Service Agreement with the Arizona State Treasurer's Office. A portion of Section B states that Class Wallet acknowledges and agrees that it has implemented security measures, including physical, procedural, and electronic safeguards to protect non-public personal information provided to it and or uploaded or input to the services by the client or the users from access by unauthorized parties. We know this acknowledgement to be false, and it is the only agreement between the state of Arizona and Class Wallet. I am concerned that Class Wallet does not have a way to protect personal information about ESA families with the current agreement in place. Also, in regards to Class Wallet, ESA parents have not been informed that there is a way to access their Class Wallet debit card transactions. If there was an item that I had to return as an ESA parent, I do not have proof that the debit card is being refunded. Emails and information are sent directly to Class Wallet as a middleman, but not to ESA parents. Another parent has brought to my attention that there is an account that you can sign up for in order to track the payments that are processed through the debit card only. I'm a bit bothered that this information has not been given to parents and that we always have to find solutions on our own. For ESA parents, if you're listening, the website is www.akimbocard.com. It's AKIMBOCARD.com, and you will have to register under Ficentive Incentive MasterCard. with the card, and you'll be able to see each transaction and every time that Class Wallet loads the card with the funds that are needed for each and every transaction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kimberly Poling, followed by Rebecca Cross. Kimberly?
Good morning, Vice President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, and members of the board. The beginning of this school year on ESA has been jarring. There has been an influx of new families due to COVID, major staff changes, some rule interpretation changes, and a financial migration that was rife with technological problems. Many of these issues could have been handled in a more professional and proactive manner. I would like to see greater emphasis on accurate communication to families in a timely and official manner. Facebook not being official, nor phone calls that are available for everyone. Families need to be notified so that our vulnerable students don't have negative impacts to their education going forward. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rebecca Cross, followed by Patricia Stevens. Rebecca?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to give you a basic timeline to illustrate one of the problems we are currently having. On July 28th, I submitted a help desk request to purchase a subscription box. Other similar items were in the approval database. On July 30th, it was assigned to a technician. It wasn't until August 23rd that I heard back from the technician, and she said it was an associated good and needed documentation related to his special needs. I responded within 10 minutes correcting her since others had approved otherwise. She herself had approved it in different categories for different families. On August 25th, she responded back saying it was approved, that she was incorrect as a subscription box, which isn't one of the categories. It took 20 business days, not counting the day that I submitted it. And in that time, it was added as a Class Wallet vendor, but due to MCC codes, I cannot use the Class Wallet debit card. Last year, the rules were added, which required them to keep a database of approved items. If things had gone according to the rules, I would have submitted on July 28th. I would have heard back within 3 to 5 business days because all the tech would have had to do is look it up, add it to the database, approve it for me, and approve it for others. It would eliminate their workload. They wouldn't get all the repeated requests, and it would also streamline the process and give us consistency. I'm asking that the SB rules be enforced so that it is not causing us such delays for our child's education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Patricia Stevens, followed by Julia Ivy. Patricia?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm a parent of a recipient of the Arizona Empowerment Scholarship. The way the ESA director and staff have interpreted rules in the handbook with no communication prior to change to families is at least problematic and at most extremely unprofessional. I, like other Arizona taxpayers, have the expectation that state-run programs will follow rules, statutes, and communicate expectations clearly to participants. I expect the program will be honored as approved by the legislature and administered accordingly. The fact that ESA, on a whim, can deem what is educational, what serves as curriculum, and all other subcategories with no background in education is simply unacceptable. Our children deserve to have the program run by and in conjunction with people who have degrees in education and, more importantly, with high-level SPED specializations. People who apply state standards to the ESA program would be fantastic. When the program was established, I was fairly certain that the legislature did not have the intention to disallow books and all types of curriculum that has occurred and is currently being disallowed. This program falls under the umbrella of the ADE, and it is astonishing how little educational knowledge is being applied to the rules and handbook. My final thought, the mission of the Arizona Departments of Education is to serve Arizona's education community, ensuring every child has access to an excellent education. For the record, the children on the Arizona Empowerment Scholarship are part of the Arizona education community. They deserve access to an excellent education and should be treated accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Julia Ivy, followed by Kathy Bowles. Julia?
Hello, board. I am a parent of 2 children who received ESA. I just wanted to touch on the fact that the current director of the ESA program does not have an education background. I was actually deeply concerned about the fact that the only thing listed as something that was beneficial was Six Sigma training. I am in retail. I did retail for more than 15 years. I ran several businesses as a manager and as an owner. And I was deeply concerned by this because this is not a Six Sigma organization. I was also upset about the fact that the director position was filled after only 2 weeks being open. I have issues with the fact that ESA individuals do not seem to be, the staff of ESA do not seem to be trained in education. And I also have issues with the concern of the new director going over the laws and stating the laws are this way and laws are that way when she seems to have a lack of a law background. I personally grew up with an uncle who is a lawyer, and my parents deal with a lot of law stuff in their jobs. And so I was deeply concerned about this and how she interpreted the laws when I have looked over the laws in a lot of different ways and with help of family members and view them in a different way than she does. I also would like to highlight that currently the laws for tech for the ESA program are completely outdated. We live in the 21st century. We are in the year 2021, and tech is a huge part of our society, especially now that even regular school has gone virtual in most parts of the state. I ask that the board would reconsider the outdated laws on technology for ESA students, that it should not just be for children who have special needs, but it should be allowed for all students to receive tech, and that those laws need to be updated significantly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Kathy Bolts, followed by Amanda Adams. Kathy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, Vice President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, and other members of the board, thank you for inviting parents to speak today. I am an ESA parent. I have also served on the Parent Advisory Council, and I was chair of that council in the previous school year. I have written an extensive letter to the board because there is just too much to fit into a minute. The data breaches that have occurred, there have been 2 this month, one on Amazon showing every address in the ClassWallet system, and now another on the ClassWallet website. I've never gone to a website to go shopping, typed in a letter, and seen the name and email address of every customer. But that's what happens on ClassWallet now. There is no requirement in the ClassWallet contract for FERPA to be followed. Additionally, there are new documentation requirements that are not supported by the SBE rules, which have been largely ignored by the new director. Despite these new requirements, there has been no email sent to all parents communicating them. The only way the majority of parents know is if they are members of a private Facebook group, which is no way to run a government program. So many things have occurred in the last couple months to delay education that I ask that the board enforce the rules that parents and the board worked so hard last year to create. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Amanda Adams, followed by Marcia Fox Avery.
Hello, just one second. All right, can you hear me?
We can, Amanda, go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I am here this morning also to shed light on some of the upheaval that we're experiencing with the ESA program. Our new director, Terry O'Brien, came in mid-July and seems to have made it a priority to go against SBE rules and wipe the established database of approved items. She's done this with no official communication to the parents and the families. The most communication that we received was a 30-minute town hall last night that was scheduled less than a week before. This town hall still did not address the gutting of the approval list, the ignoring of the SBE rule that clarified supporting materials, or the rule that says no major changes should occur after the start of a new school year. The drips of information that we have received have unprofessionally been given to parents through phone calls to disseminate in our Facebook group. These drips have consistently been contradictory and they are not at all useful. Playing telephone is not an appropriate way for the director of a state agency to communicate. The director position was filled extremely quickly with very little transparency in the process. She does not seem to have any real educational experience and background, and this seems to be inhibiting her ability to understand the educational usefulness of many items that are regularly being approved for some and are not being approved for others. This inconsistency is against the SBE rules. The new director consistently passes blame up the line or down the line when being asked about this, and has gone as far to disparage Carla Bravo, who worked tirelessly to implement the program fairly and within statute. As the State Board of Education, I realize you have so many responsibilities, but I am hoping as a board, you can address these issues and help the new director to understand her role. She is not meant to rewrite policy. She is there to implement the policies created by the statutes, handbook, and SBE rules. Her job should also be to make sure the staff is trained and administering the program consistently. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Next up, we have Marcia Fox Embry, followed by Griselle Vance. Marcia?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a parent of 3 students on the ESA program. Unfortunately, I'm here today because I feel the staff and the department, namely the administrator of the program, is not acting in good faith. When I signed my 21-22 yearly contract, it also included the parent handbook that we worked so hard on getting in place in early spring of this year. To me, I feel like that meant that all parties, the state and the parents, would agree to abide in good faith by all the pieces of the handbook and the contract. Unfortunately, that's not happening. My particular 3 children, 2 of which are special needs, have had their education delayed for many of the reasons you've heard above. I ask that you work with the administration of ADE and ESA to ensure that all of us are getting the same items approved for our students. I asked the board to take the time to read the many letters that you received earlier today, because there's just so many problems to address in less than 1 minute. Again, I greatly appreciate this program. However, I feel like I'm at a total loss, and I feel like my children are being singled out and not given the proper educational tools needed to educate them. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing changes in the future.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Griselle Purvance, followed by Tamara Wilson. Griselle?
Executive Director Williams, Griselle Purvance has not joined us. Tamara Wilson has not joined us. And a public speaker that was called earlier, Rebecca McCullough, is also not with us.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the call.
Fantastic. And my thanks to everyone who's taken time to share their thoughts with the board. That's a really important part of this process. I'd also extend my gratitude to Jessica and Melissa for lining folks up and getting them ready and the timer and everything else with the technology. So I do appreciate that. We doing okay? Anyone in need of doing okay? All right, then we'll move on, and at some point we'll call a break, but we'll move on to the general session. At 5A, this is for information only, but it's a presentation discussion of academic impact plan pursuant to the Executive Order 2021-03, using data to support success for Arizona students, updated. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. For item 5A today, we have a verbal presentation from the board's research and data analyst, Jessica Mueller, as well as Wendy Davey, the Chief Accountability Officer at the Department of Education. So Jessica and Wendy.
Jessica.
Thank you, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, board members. I'm Jessica Mueller, Research and Data Analyst at the Arizona State Board of Education. In this presentation, we will present the general design, timeline, and current process to meet the board's requirements under Executive Order 2021-03. Allow me to first introduce this executive order titled Using Data to Support Success for Arizona Students. This order was issued February 15th, 2021. At its time of issuance, preliminary national studies had concluded that learning has been impacted significantly. THEO's goal is to understand the breadth and the depth of the impact on learning as a result of the pandemic and resulting changes in school delivery. It sets out to assess potential long-term ramifications, particularly for students with a low social economic status. This report will identify resources needed to accelerate learning. It also recognizes that these are unprecedented times. The Arizona State Board of Education, through this order, is ordered to utilize the AZM2 and other assessment and academic data for school year 2020 to 2021 to draw comparisons to prior years to identify the extent of learning loss that has occurred. In this report, they will place an emphasis on students of various demographic subgroups. The board may convene or consult with other educational and data analysis experts from the private, government agency, or other areas as needed. The board shall produce a report on these findings, which may include recommendations for evidence-based strategies to mitigate the impact of learning loss. This is due to the Office of the Governor by November 1st, 2021 or sooner. At this time, I will ask Wendy Davey, the Chief Accountability Officer of the Arizona Department of Education, to introduce the data points being explored by the Department of Education, State Board of Education, and its other collaborative partners. These points are also touched on in the attachment on this item.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Vice President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, board members, and guests. ADE and SBE both have diligently kept on top of the literature and research since the outbreak of the pandemic and its potential short and long-term effects on Arizona's public education. Over the last 18 months, we have built partnerships and collaborated with national experts, which will allow us to look at COVID academic impact data through multiple lenses. The work and potential reporting has been shared with the board's accountability technical advisory groups as we moved through the last 2 years and into this year. The proposed work will be in 4 areas. It will provide data at various subgroups, schools, school types, LEAs, counties, and state levels when the data is found to be reliable and statistically sound. We have a reporting group to look at the data as it comes in to propose the best ways to prevent the findings for all education stakeholders. That group is made up of ADE Data Governance, Debbie Yedlin, SBE's Jessica Mueller, Dr. Paul Peralt of the Helios Education Foundation, Dr. Joseph O'Reilly of the Arizona State University Decision Center of Educational Excellence, along with Kelly Kennick, the Associate Superintendent of our division, and myself. Arizona Public Education has had the support of others along this journey, such as the Maricopa Association of Governments, who was able to provide us with the recent 2020 census data on rural and urban designations by each school. The support of many groups and individuals contributing over the last 18 months to improve this work is truly appreciated. I will briefly explain the 4 areas of focus. Area 1 is working with Dr. Damian Biedebender and Dr. Adam Van Warden of the Center for Assessment, along with our own resident expert, Dr. Shawang Tan. Together, they will be completing a growth proficiency analysis based on the long-term history with AZ Merit and AZM2. Dr. Biedebender and Dr. Tan have been working together for almost a decade and have a history of producing reliable and consistent results. A similar study is being conducted in other states by Dr. Biedebender's team. I believe he said the last count, he was working in like 11 states. Our work with Dr. Biedebender, who is a nationally renowned expert in educational measurement, has helped us know where our early results are in comparison with other states in the nation. It will also focus on the unique data found only here in Arizona. It lays the foundation for not only impact data, but potential recovery data moving into the future. Arizona is also a state that has a significant population of English learners. We're working again with Dr. Paul Peralt with Helios, Dr. Eric Hedberg with Apt Associates, with the support of Kim Schnald and Dr. Yating Tang here at ADE. Dr. Hedberg, who is an educational measurement researcher with multiple peer-reviewed national publications, will provide an analysis of our EL population. He will be using multiple data points over several years to include the Azella assessment to provide a comprehensive report. They will be partnering with Melissa Castillo, our Associate Superintendent of Special Populations, on not only identifying areas of strength and concern, but working to use the data to make changes and help accelerate recovery. This collaboration was in place to assist our English learners prior to the governor's executive order, but was fully recognized as providing data for the academic impact study and our English learners. ADE accountability will be replicating some of the work done by Dr. Andrew Ho of Harvard University, specifically looking at proficiency in a statistically sound manner based on the challenges a pandemic can afflict on data. The work will have collaboration with our reporting partners and will provide information in areas stated that is found to be statistical and reliably sound. All through the last year, accountability monitored enrollments and withdrawals. We were comparing 2021 school year to 2020 as well as 2019. This work is being led by Accountability Director, Dr. David Selby. We have worked with the board's accountability technical groups and reached out to the Arizona School Computer User Support. Most people on here will know that as ASCUS, to provide us feedback on what would be useful in their work for schools that can only be conducted at the state level. Early preliminary results show the impact of the pandemic across the last 2 years vividly and its effect on mobility of the students within Arizona. Work continues to validate the preliminary results and to expand, looking at various subgroups and additional variables. In addition to those 4 areas that we spoke about, which is the work with Dr. Beta Bender on growth and proficiency, the work with Dr. Hedberg on Azelas, the work on mobility, and the work on proficiency, we will also be carefully reviewing all of our annual reporting to look for any additional impact. That would include our dropout rates and our graduation rates that will be shared as well. The timeline that we are currently adhering to is based on the following of data availability, staffing, and of course, statutes. Today, we are providing the foundation of the plan, its focus and timeline, and to get early feedback. At the September meeting, we will present preliminary findings, reporting capabilities and options, and again, to get additional impact, feedback and input from the board. And then in October, the plan will be to present all the resulting data. At this time, I ask Jessica to step back in and share what the state board staff will do after the October presentation. Jessica?
Thank you, Wendy. I'm here, Echo. Sorry about that. Let me fix that real quick. Board staff, in accordance with the executive order, will explore the data points provided by the Department of Education. Board staff will approach the data with demographic subgroups, grade levels, and subject areas in mind. At this time, state-level presentation of the pre- and post-pandemic outcomes will be provided in the report. Later on, the Department of Education and its collaborative partners, including the board, will develop and release school, district operator, and county level reports. Wendy Davey covered the assessment and academic areas being examined, which include proficiency growth, EL learner proficiency and growth, mobility and enrollment. 4-year graduation rate compliant with Every Student Succeeds Act for cohort 2020, which is students who enter 9th grade in 2016, is available at this time for use in the EL reporting. Though it is worth noting that there may be unintended consequences in using 4-year graduation rate for certain demographic groups, such as alternative school students, EL students, homeless and foster care students, and so on. As Wendy stated, dropout rates are to be examined as well, and they are a little bit more stable. Board staff will employ a multifaceted approach to identify the recommendations for evidence-based strategies relevant to Arizona. Thus far, board staff has conducted national literature reviews from the beginning of school closures to the current point in time. Sufficient data to examine strategies around the US is growing. Board staff will also utilize the longitudinal data for the report, which is being provided by the Department of Education, to identify schools and/or districts and operators that exhibit resiliency across any of the assessment and academic areas being examined. School characteristics such as school size, student mobility, technology access, rural or urban designation, grade level configurations, and student characteristics including race, ethnicity, subgroup status, and grade level are considerations in identification. This approach seeks to address the diversity in Arizona schools. Schools and district operators will be asked to share on a one-on-one basis with board staff what evidence-based strategies were used in response to the pandemic, how they applied them, and how they measured their success. Board staff will take into account what is currently working for some schools and district operators in Arizona and what national evidence exists on evidence-based strategies to accelerate learning, which may overlap to some degree as it shares the recommendations in the EO report. It's important to recognize that this year and the former year, the educators, school personnel, parents and caregivers, and students that have coped together as the pandemic brought its challenges and opportunities for growth. This report aims to understand what outcomes are apparent and practical ways to support the progress going forward. Wendy Davey is available to help address questions on what the data can or cannot do within the timeline of the October board meeting. We welcome your questions and feedback at this time.
Thank you so much. Are there questions? Yes, please, Member Rees and then Member Baker.
President, board members, Superintendent Hoffman. Yeah, reflecting on the last year and a half, the pandemic, in my sense, is it broke something in us. And you know, I don't know if it's a broken spirit but something happened to us as a society. And I commend the governor on this, that we have to take a look at like what went wrong, but also what worked. And I think that those causes, those things that prevent people from succeeding, they were just exacerbated during COVID. And if you were poor, it was just like worse, because you were probably poor, locked up in a small place with a bunch of people trying to figure out how to work, how to get food. And if you added to that, you know, that your immigrant status, now it's even worse. And some people, you know, they managed to survive that. I think we all managed to survive it, but it hurt us in a lot of different ways. And I think that we can't be blind to that. The state education can't be blind to what happened to people. And within that, we're going to find these stories of success, these stories of people who somehow resiliency, they managed to survive it. I kind of see it as a war, and this war that happened, but it was like an invisible war, an invisible enemy. And within all wars, you have people that they're resilient, they survive, they find a way, and they'll get there. And there's then those people who are damaged, those people who died. And in this war, there were people who died. And when you have people who die within, you know, loved ones, it impacts you, and it's going to impact your education. And then you have those who survive, but there's a long-term damage. Some may be physical, people who had COVID, long-term stuff. Some families are just, it was a lot. And it's going to take maybe a couple of years to get beyond it. And, you know, as we come back out of this, you know, out of it, I say out of it because it seems like we're starting to walk out of this. And then all of a sudden there's like, you know, something new out there. Delta. Yeah, Delta, you know, and Alpha, and Beta. And boy, you manage fear in this whole thing. You know, sometimes you just have to, you know, encourage people, come on, we gotta keep going, and deal with all this. And you know, as it's important, the numbers are important. Right? Data is gonna be important, but there's that intangible, right? And I don't know how we include that intangible, the broken spirits, but the spirits that were resilient with it.
Thank you. Member Baker.
Vice President, core members of the board, I appreciate the direction things are going. I have great confidence that Wendy Davis and her group will come up with lots of stuff, lots of data and lots of findings. I just have two requests or recommendations. One is, while I'm certainly interested in seeing all the stuff, I really hope you can come up with a list of some really key takeaways. You know, what are some, you know, really important things that we can conclude from the data? And then secondly, as referenced by Member Luis, And I'd really like to see a focus on success stories. If there's some schools who were struggling with the kind of things that Member Luis is talking about, and yet they somehow managed to keep student achievement moving upwards, or maintaining or limited the loss, who are they and how did they do that?
Dr. Mack, yeah, please.
Vice President, board members, along that line, I wanted to also see maybe some data on the absenteeism, like who is, the numbers are scary. So really getting some of that, and then also thinking about, along with the graduation rates, I also think about those critical transition grades. So how about our 8th graders who are going into 9th grade? What's happening with them? How are we going to set them up for the next 4 years so that the focus really becomes not only on those lagging indicators that we know we're going to see lagging indicators. We need to get ahead of some of this and be proactive. And so thinking about those critical transition grades, what's happening there. And then along the line with Member Ruiz and Member Baker, and thinking about those success stories and really with that lens of diving deeper. So going into the why and the how. And is there something they did around trauma-informed instruction? Is there something they did around social-emotional learning? Is there something that they did to build community? Is there something that they did to build relationship with parents that was exceptional, that caused them to rise beyond? Because I think the score is only going to show us so much, but once we dive into that whole system and the community, I think we're going to find magic behind some of these stories. And so really taking the time to go deeper with the school leader, with the district leader, with the parent liaison, with the PTO, whatever it is, what did they do? And so I think just to those things and building that into maybe the key takeaways.
So thank you.
Vice President Core, we do have Member Wellborn who is Saturday.
Oh, I appreciate that. I can't tell that. Sorry, Member Wellborn. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, members of the board. And I want to reiterate what my colleagues have said about focusing on the success stories, and I would like to elaborate a little bit. I think we need to be careful to look at a successful strategy within certain demographics, because we all know that the effect of the pandemic has impacted schools and demographies differently, and so we need to make sure we look at things that are transferable within similar type of schools. I also want us to go beyond just those who had some success in the last year and a half, because prior to COVID, we have examples in Arizona of schools that have been successful in growing students at an accelerated rate. We have the data, and we can look at it by demographics. So as much as we are trying to return back to normal with on-campus learning, what have those schools done prior to COVID where they could get 1.5 years of growth or more with their students? That kind of information would be very helpful as our schools return to a more normal setting. And just to conclude, I wanted to say all this data is going to be valuable, but I really think we need to keep our balance and perspective forward looking. I'm a little concerned that we get so caught up in what happened in the past, which really a lot of it may not be applicable to what's happening today or what's going to happen in the next year or two. Because I'm trying to form in my mind what is reasonable for us to expect schools to recover from this loss and from the damage. So we need to have a forward-looking perspective on how we can address the needs we have today. And I just want us to spend a lot more time and energy looking at the future strategies of how we can address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wellborn. Appreciate it. Any other thoughts?
Just, thank you.
Vice President.
For Maybe this isn't the right time or place, but I'm just curious. You know, there was all kinds of reporting last year on the number of kids who disappeared from the system. And I'm wondering if we have any information on that. Are those kids reappearing, or is there any other information on what happened to those kids?
So Vice President Core, this is Wendy Davy. We
please.
will be looking at, in that enrollment report, we do plan on looking at the return of students. There may be other things that can be done, but that will be included in the enrollment mobility study.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it. Superintendent Hoffman, did you want to make a comment? You appeared on the screen a bit ago.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Core. I wanted to piggyback off of what Member Wellborn was just saying, and also thank you so much for the other board members who were just, I don't want to repeat anything, but I really appreciated the context of what our communities have been going through and how that has been different in different communities. But from the department's perspective, we are also planning to use the data in a way that's very forward thinking. And so part of how we're doing that is through the federal funding. So we still have a substantial amount of federal funds from the American Rescue Plan to allocate. And we recently submitted our plan to the U.S. Department of Education on our priority areas that were established by working with the Equitable and Effective Schools Task Force, which was a robust group of stakeholders from across the state. We are still waiting for the U.S. Department of Education to approve that plan, but we'd be happy to make sure that it's available to all board members. But I just wanted to say we're on the same page as far as thinking about making sure we're thinking through how are we accelerating learning, how are we supporting the social emotional well-being of our students and communities, including family and community participation, and how are we engaging with our partners, like our state university partners, our community organizations who are all providing these amazing wraparound supports to help our schools. And one example of that is some of the work we've been doing with ASU to accelerate learning. We've made really significant investments in professional development, as well as making sure that we're targeting math as a key area, because as you'll see from assessment data, that just like other states, that's the mathematics abilities is where we have seen more of a drop off. So just wanted to make sure I added that, and that I will continue to provide these types of updates to the board on making sure you're aware of how we're accelerating learning in Arizona.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. Appreciate it. Yeah, please, Member Kay.
President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, and members. I don't want to restate what was already said, but just express my appreciation for Member Reese and for Mac's comments as well, and taking into account and really looking at going beyond what the initial data shows, I think is absolutely going to be important, because we already recognize there are limitations with the data under normal circumstances, and certainly there are even greater limitations with the data that we have available to us now. So just really going beyond and trying to understand that. And along those lines, with the areas of concern, we talk about the low participation rates. And I'm wondering if there's any plans to delve into that and do some additional reporting, and also look at maybe overlaying that with the findings, because we're going to have different participation rates in different communities, possibly different regions, different schools. Even within Maricopa County, certain schools may look different than others, depending on the circumstances. And so I'm just wondering if we're looking through that lens as we look at some of these key takeaways as well. And then I think the last thing that I would say is, while we're talking about getting back to normal, and certainly that's where everyone is, we want to get there. In some schools and in some communities, we are still a far cry from normal. And I think it's important to remember that when you look at some of the tribal communities that are reinstituting executive orders, other communities where school is accessible, but families still have challenges in getting their students and their children back to school due to other circumstances. So I think it's just important that we continue to recognize that while most schools are open and in person and we're not virtual like we were last year, we are still not there.
Thank you, Member Kay. Any other thoughts? Wendy, Jessica, thank you very much. Appreciate that update. And again, clearly a lot of interest from the board on that work being done. Moving on to item 5B, also an information item. This is a presentation of discussion on A to F accountability system for the Arizona online instruction schools and AOI schools. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Wendy Davey will also be presenting this agenda item. We have a PowerPoint presentation that Wendy will walk us through.
Okay, while that PowerPoint comes up, thank you, Alicia, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, board members and guests. Today, we'll be presenting the initial look at the preliminary modeling for our Arizona online schools. This year, we were asked to run the AOI schools through the two traditional models for 9-12 and K-8 with modification to certain data points. I'm going to show you the information that we have based on the initial findings. So if we can go to the next slide. One of the first modifications that we looked at specific for our AOI schools is a FAE definition. And for the audience that might not be familiar with FAE, and because accountability has been in the backside for a while, FAE is the full academic year of a student. So when we do accountability, we include in the calculation students who have been with that school for the full year. So we took into consideration, based on the request of some meetings and suggestions, that FAE be calculated as 75% of the required instructional hours out of school. So what you're looking at, and what I'll show through most of this AOI presentation, is our AOI schools compared to their counterparts to brick and mortar schools. I also want to reiterate as we go through this, we are looking at this data and it is COVID impacted data, but we want to make sure we keep saying that. So as we look at these numbers, we know there might be some influence there too. What we are looking at with the current FAE definition set that way that of the kids that are brought in for accountability, 54% of them will be considered FAE. When we compare that to our brick and mortar, it's more like 88% of the kids based on that FAE. That FAE is more like enrolled within the first 10 days, continuously enrolled up until I believe it's the first day in May. The K-8 AOI phase is just slightly higher at a 55%, where our 9-12 AOIs are more at a 52% as far as that FAE definition. If we look at our next slide, the next modification that we took into consideration is for a school to be brought in for consideration of accountability, they have to exceed 5% of their students as a full-time requirement. So in calculating if AOIs had 5%, we find out that of our AOIs, 97% of them do satisfy the 5% full-time. And the next modification, if we go to it, this is the one that we're going to have to come back and we're going to have to do a little bit more work on it. As you know, K-8 has a chronic absenteeism component, and it's gotten very interesting for AOIs. So with our AOI TAC and within our own department, we spent a lot of time looking at national research and literature out there on how do you effectively calculate chronic absenteeism for online students. There's research out there, and all the research says is it should be done, but we cannot find any modeling of it anywhere in the nation. So we're going to continue working. And working with our AOI TAC, we did come up with the first type of modeling, which basically takes ARS 15JOJ for the required instructional minutes. And we break that down based on a regular 180 calendar day, coming up with approximately what you would expect minutes per day. When we look at that, remember, this is just a K-8 component. And when we look at that for the K-8 schools, we do find out that 96% of the students in an AOI K-8 would fall under this category. So We have run some initial data. We need to take it back to the AOI tax. There's some movement in there that we need their expertise on, maybe some modification and tweaking and moving forward, but we will definitely bring chronic absenteeism and AOIs back to the board in the future. Okay, if we look at K-8 first, and we first start out with proficiency. So like I stated earlier, you're going to see the AOI and the brick and mortar side by side. You will see that the AOIs do perform lower than their brick and mortars. Keep in mind that proficiency at K-8 is worth 30 points. So you're seeing the impact on the proficiency on both models of school. You can see the difference in the number of schools that qualify for that end count between the two models. Also, what you'll see here is we're wanting to show that both times. We're going to do this throughout the whole model and just keep reiterating that sometimes that this is looking at COVID, and when we look at the other models moving forward, we just want to keep that in mind. If we look at growth, now growth is going to be the one that's interesting. So growth is always based on comparison to your academic peers in the current school level on your performance and growth over their previous peers. So we're not seeing so much academic impact or COVID impact on growth because it's based on the performance this year. What you want to keep in mind, because a lot of the things that first draw your attention is how could we have better growth this year and not just because it's on the current year. If you remember, we couldn't do SGTs, so the student growth targets, because we have a new assessment next year. So this is based just on the SGPs, which tends to perform better anyway. And also we do see a slight shift with schools receiving a little bit higher growth, and that accounts what you see for the difference in the growth numbers there. But you can see the AOIs are not that much lower in growth than they are in the brick and mortar. So if we go to the next slide, we are now looking at EL proficiency. So it's always interesting as you look at the scores and you're like, the AOIs actually did look really good, but we also want to look at that count. So when we look at our counts of AOIs, we only have 4 schools that actually have the N count to qualify for this component. It is really good performance. We're looking forward to talking to our AOI tax to see what might be causing, just even for those 4 schools, that higher performance. Also want to keep in mind that EL proficiency points are earned by performing and looking at the state performance for the current year. So if we go ahead and go to the next slide, here's our acceleration readiness points. And here you're going to see a little bit of that impact as well. So again, keep in mind that this reporting, you have to have the N count to have that happen. 8th grade math, this was our first year that we were running this new model for 8th grade math. And you can see it's not where we would like it to be. I do want to bring out your attention to the grade 3 ELA. And I will bring that back later on when we present the regular traditional models. The numbers are down for 3rd grade ELA, and that is consistent with what they're seeing nationally regarding performance in those lower grades. And it's not just ELA, it's also math. Chronic absenteeism, we don't have a score for you there because again, we're still working out that modeling to come up with a model that may or may not eventually fit an AOI. Subgroup improvement, special education, overall, we're seeing the same trends where our AOIs are trending a little bit lower or lower than our brick and mortars. So if we go to the next slide, we have our bonus points for K-8, and we have the special education enrollments, and then we have science proficiency. But let me bring you back, science proficiency was modified this year because we had a field test. So in this case, it was based on how many kids you actually participated in that field test, and you can see the difference in those numbers there. Again, the same trend we had seen with the other documents so far. So that pretty much concludes our K-8. We're going to move into the 9-12. And we can start here that we see a similar pattern with our 9-12 as we do the elementary. In this case, we have 16 of our AOI schools have the N count compared to our 306 for our brick and mortar. Again, keeping in mind our proficiency is not a straight proficiency, but a weighted proficiency. If we go to the next slide, we're going to have growth. So growth was reintroduced this year, and we see a little bit closing of that gap between our AOIs and brick mortars in our 9-12 like we did in our elementary. And keep in mind that this was a skip year growth, so it went from their 8th grade score to their 10th grade score. And if we go to our next slide, Here's our EL proficiency at growth. And of course, we see that we only have one of our AOI schools that actually qualified to get this point. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Our graduation rates are calculated two ways. We have performance over the 4, 5, 6, and 7, and improvement over the previous years. You can see we're still seeing that same consistency between our AOIs and brick and mortars by using that traditional model for our AOIs. If we go to the next slide. Here's our CCRI points. So we're looking here that we also show the same kind of trend where they're performing a little bit lower. I did have an interesting question as to how the alt schools did when they did their first CCRI compared to the brick and mortars. And I just want to bring back the memory that when our alt schools actually did their first year of modeling, they already had their own CCRI. So their performance wouldn't have been able to be compared to the brick and mortars. We were not able to do that for our AOIs this year. We may want to look at specific items for our CCRI for our AOI schools. And if we go to our next slide, the bonus points, we have the situation there with our bonus point for CCRI, our special ed inclusion, they're very close there. There is that testing. So keep in mind for that science proficiency, the test, we heard this pretty much through our AOI TAC, as well as our AOI schools calling in that testing was very much a challenge for them this year because they actually have to secure a location and then they have to get the kids in there, which is a little different than our schools opening their schools. They actually have to go that extra step to find somewhere to test. And you can see the total bonus points are a little bit closer than some of the other items that we've shown earlier. And if we go to the next slide, I just want to reiterate, this is an early look. We basically finished those component scorings. We are getting really good feedback from our AOIs. They're giving us feedback. We actually, hats off to Dies Art Unified. They have helped us find some very small things that we're fixing because as you know, as soon as you write new code, there's always a little bug and they've done a great job in looking at their data and helping us pinpoint some of that. So as we finish up cleaning up any of those small changes that we need to do, then we'll be able to finalize and bring back a little bit more solid data and move forward. At this time I actually sit. Questions and next steps you have.
That's only fair. We're sitting too, so that's just fine. Any questions for Wendy?
We have Member Wellborn.
Oh, please. Okay, great. Thank you for that, Jessica. Member Wellborn.
Thank you, Vice President Kaur and members of the board. Wendy, thank you for this presentation. I'm wondering, just so I can better understand AOI students, do we have any kind of demographic data that would tell us what are the kinds of students they are in terms of various populations, geographies, and economic status? It might shed light a little bit on, what their scores are compared to the average brick and mortar.
Great. Vice President Kaur, Member Wellborn, absolutely we have that and we'd be more than happy to bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. So button right up on the 2-hour mark. We've got a very lengthy agenda, but what if we took a 10-minute break at this point and asked that we be back and ready to go right at noon? If that works for everyone. Great. Thank you so much. Just standing.
The restrooms are across the hall behind the wall of pictures.
Oh,
or you can go upstairs.
All right.
And I know that a lot of people just make such a big deal of it, but I think it's very.
Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate everyone's fidelity to our 10-minute break. As referenced, we still have a lengthy agenda ahead of us of some really important stuff to consider. So with that, I will go ahead and bring us back to the live session, and we're okay, we're taping and everything. Yes, okay, good. Okay, then I will move on to item 5C. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 2020-2021 ADAP State Accountability Business Rules on initial component analysis and presentation of the public file format pursuant to House Bill 2402. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President, core members of the board. Like Dr. Kaur stated, your action today is to approve the 2020 business rules as with the changes as described in the executive summary sheet before you. We do have another presentation from Wendy Davey, and she will walk you through some preliminary calculations for fiscal year 21. Prior to Wendy jumping in, Jessica, can you just ensure that Superintendent Hoffman is still on? Yes, great. Okay. Wendy?
Great. Thank you, Alicia. Can you guys hear me again?
Yes.
Okay, great. Vice President Kaur, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, this is our final presentation for you today. We are going to look at some of those preliminary results for the component scoring in A through F, and we will be looking at it in comparison to previous years. So let's go ahead and jump and get started. As we have there, we're going to go through the 3 models, and we're going to start with K-8. I do want to reiterate before we get started that when we're looking at 21 and we're comparing it to previous years, based that this should be COVID data, we need to be very, very cautious in any comparison. It is not the same thing that happened in 19. It's not even when we have it the same thing that happened in 20. So these should just be points of references. It's one of the reasons that I'm sure the state legislature decided to hiatus the bills, because it really can't be compared, but we still want to see what those numbers are because all data can be used. So we're going to start with proficiency at K-8. It is worth 30 points. It's going to follow the same thing, sort of like the AOI in the tables, but instead of comparing AOIs to brick and mortars, we're going to compare the performance to the previous years. So as you're looking here, and I think you'll find some surprising data here, is the number of schools that were eligible for this component only dropped by about 7 schools. And as Superintendent Hoffman shared earlier, we actually did have a pretty robust percent tested. So, but we can see that the proficiency, which is that weighted proficiency, has slightly dropped for our K-8 schools. So you can see the format as we move forward. So let's go ahead and look at our next component. As I stated earlier, with our AOIs, growth is based on your peers compared in the current year for this calculation. And as stated earlier, you can see that we actually are performing higher than we did in 2019. So that reason again is because we have removed the student growth targets because we have a new assessment here in fiscal year 22. And that is a big portion of that increase, but it's also due to the fact that we have a slight movement to the right, more schools receiving higher points. You can see that we have less schools that qualified for that. And you can see we dropped about 90 students, a little over 90 students. And part of that reason is, if you remember, we could not do growth at 4th grade because they would not have had a 3rd grade growth point. So that also contributes to a drop in the schools actually receiving those points. And that is our look at our growth. If we look at the next slide, here's our EL proficiency and growth over the 3 years. So if you remember, we actually have a really good percent tested. The testing in 20 actually occurred prior to the shutdown. So we have some data there too. And we're pretty much, as you can see, in line with what we've been doing in the previous years. Keeping in mind that points are gathered or gained by how you compare to the state. So it is independent of the previous year. You can get growth, you have to have the previous growth. You do see, however, that we do have a drop in the number of schools. So the number of schools that even qualify for the end count. So in this case, we're dropping in some ways close to 70 or 80 students. And we'll want to keep that, or 70 or 80 schools, and you'll want to keep that in mind. But overall, there's a slight drop, but nothing drastic. Okay, we look at the next slide. Here is our acceleration readiness, where we might actually see a little bit more of that impact and change from the previous years. As you know, our 8th grade this is our first year because of the end of course assessments. And that score is definitely based on impact data from this year's testing. Here is a first look at what we're really seeing on the drop of the minimally proficient students on our 3rd grade ELA. And as we stated earlier, we are seeing that impact of lower performance in our earlier grades just for ELA and math. And we see that there as well. Chronic absenteeism is down. We did calculate last year, we did not put it here, but because we quit taking attendance in 20, we actually went up in 20 and now we're back down. Hopefully we'll eventually get where that'll settle out. Our subgroup improvement is based on proficiency, so we would expect that there. Slight improvement on special ed inclusion, but overall we do see a drop, almost about half of our acceleration readiness points for K-8. So if we look at the next slide is our bonus points. So special education, again, we saw this with the AOIs. We actually are seeing the enrollment there is looking good. Science proficiency, I think we have to go a little hats off to the schools that are getting points on that. So that again are the 5th and 8th grade schools that we're testing during the field test. So there was some points earned there. Overall, we're actually slightly up on our points, on our bonus points for our K-8. As you know, we did not calculate any total points or any grades, so we have none of that preliminary information. So we'll go ahead and jump to 9-12. And here is our proficiency. So interesting enough, we actually saw an increase in the number of schools that actually had the end count in 21 compared to 19. There's some questions we're asking ourselves, but we have been playing with the data or looking at the data for just about a week now. But we do see that drop in actual number of points earned that those schools are earning. And if we look at the next slide, here's our return of growth. Now, growth has always been, when we did it in 18 for our high schools, only based on the student growth percentile. We didn't do it on the SGP. We still have that increase. We basically went ahead and looked at some histograms and some views of the data to see what happened. It's just basically a shift to the right of more schools getting higher points that is changing that average number of points. Okay, if we could look at the next slide. Here's our EL proficiency and growth. Again, we see the drop in the number of schools from 20, but it's not dropping any farther than we were in approximately at 19. So you can see the change in scores as we go through there. But overall, we had a slight improvement over last year, but right in line to what we saw in 19. Again, just keep in mind that that's how you compare to the state and the current years. So that would have less change than we might see with just a proficiency change. Okay, let's look at the next slide. Here's our graduation points. It's real important to reiterate that this is based on our cohort of 20. So this is not our recent grads that would have been the cohort of 21. So we haven't really seen an impact at the state level in those graduation rates yet. And we see a slight drop here, but it really hasn't been reflected yet in our overall performance at a state level. But we do see that, we have as many schools qualifying for the points. We are just slightly down compared to the 2 previous years and gaining those points. Okay, if we look to the next slide. Here's our CCRI, and this also is interesting because we did collect this last year. And you can notice that we see a drop in the number of schools, definitely compared to 19. We also had the narrative, and it was interesting enough that 20 was lower than it would be this year, but we fully expected that. If the board remembers, you asked us to reopen it several times in hopes that schools could go ahead and fill out that data. Our big challenge was with the close of the schools at the end of the 20 year, they had a really difficult time in finding those students and gathering that information. And then even though we reopened it, those kids had moved on and were a little bit difficult to get a hold of. However, it does seem like we're rebounding and the schools had them in and they were gathering the data and submitting it. So we can see the fluctuation there over the last 3 years. If we look at the bonus points, overall, if we look at the total points, it is only slightly down. CCRI slightly down, that special ed enrollment, that's a little bit more down than the other one. And then of course the testing compared to the proficiency the year before, but overall we're not seeing a huge change in those bonus points, but it is a totally different from 19 than 21. So it's very difficult to compare these scores to really say that there was a change. just because of what we were looking at, what happened in 21 versus 19, and because of the science. So that covers our 9-12 traditional. We're going to go ahead and move on and look at the early look at our 9-12 alts. So here's our proficiency. And the one thing I want you guys to notice is the number of schools. So as you know, our test this year is a 10th grade test. In previous years, it was that end of course that was given in 9th, 10th, and 11th. But basically, when you took the course of algebra, geometry, algebra 1 or ELA at the various grade levels, only being a 10th grade test, this test doesn't capture as many alternative students. Therefore, you can see well over a half drop, almost to a third of schools qualifying for the proficiency points. And also we have the drop in the actual proficiency itself. If we go ahead and look at the next slide, here's our growth to graduation, which I think is very interesting. Keep in mind, academic persistency is the number of kids who return to school that should return. And that number is staying pretty consistent, which is very positive. Credits earned and on track to graduate are our two self-reported components. And basically they're in line with the two previous years. And if you look at the overall points, you can see that our alt schools, based on their unique components, are staying in line with what we've seen in the previous years. So if we go ahead and look at our next slide, here's our EL students. So we see the same kind of fluctuation that we've seen in K-8 in our 9-12. Slightly higher. Interesting to figure out why that might be. But as we look at that COVID impact study and we look at our ELs, maybe we could bring better ideas than what we're finding in the A through F component data. So that's our hope, to be able to get better data than we're seeing here. If we go ahead and look at our next slide, here's our graduation. Again, a little bit less schools qualifying, but not a major overall change in the actual score points. And we can go ahead and look at CCRI. CCRI too is staying pretty consistent from the previous year. A little bit down on the schools that are submitting, but not like where we were last year. So last year, when we first reported, we were probably well over half the schools of the previous year, but you can see right now we're only down 10 from the previous year. So all the calculations, and I should have reiterated this early, all the calculations that we've done for any of the CCRIs are removing the zeros. So schools that were given an automatic 0 for not telling us they didn't have the end count or submitting are removed from these calculations. Okay, and let's go ahead and look at the next slide, which is our bonus points. Just as a quick reminder, our alt schools get bonus points if they are exceeding for these subgroups and 80% of what the graduation rate is for those students. Excuse me. The other category is foster. We just right now do not have any of our alt schools having the end count to qualify for that point. So you can see the numbers there. And for our McKinney-Vento, we actually do see the number dropping, a slight drop in our special ed cohort, and overall just a slight drop from the previous year. So if we go ahead and go, Jessica, what I would like to do before we take questions, I'd really like to go ahead and share that Excel if you could bring it up. So while she's bringing up the slide, we again work with our CCSSO groups and national people on, if your state is requiring you to share data, what is the best way to share it? So we took all that literature, brought it together, sat down with all of our TACs, all your TAC groups, and looked at what could we add and what do we need to do to make our file more usable with all the warnings. So if we look at the red button that says COVID warning, you will see this in most of the accountability files coming out this year. I know Superintendent Hoffman said that the assessment files will be released later today. This too will have the big COVID warning on it, but it basically lets people know that they need to be very cautious when comparing the previous years, realize that many things have changed, use the data in combination with other data points and never by itself, and don't draw a conclusion from these 2 points in time. The README document is just to let anybody who accidentally got a hold of this document to know that we're modeling based on the 2019 A through F. So this is not a valid file, it's just used for mock modeling. And we show the items that were suggested that we add. If we go to the dictionary, accountability is working very hard based on suggestions we had from some outside people looking at our files to always include a data dictionary. So we're trying to make sure we include that data dictionary, a glossary, and some notes. We're making special notes of items columns that had previously existed that we are removing this year that are not needed based on statute. So we'll go ahead and start with the traditional K-8, and we'll start off in the top left corner if it's not there when we open it. So it follows the same format as it does in 2019 with basically two overall exceptions. One is we're showing proficiency with a 95% penalty. So if you scroll to the right just a little bit, you'll see that there is a column that is green. So we're reporting based on the business rules, which is column J, but then we're also providing based on suggestions from national experts and people saying sharing data of what would the proficiency have been had there not been a penalty applied. Now, because you're looking at 2019 data, you cannot see that difference. But when we actually get ready to put out the public file for A through F later on this fall, we will have the different columns shown there. If we scroll to the right, here are the columns. They will be colored differently, but this is going to be FERPA compliant, but we're actually going to provide the number of full academic year students and the full academic year or the number of kids in that accountability static file. The other reason for adding the data dictionary is so that people looking at those headers can understand what we mean and what those columns actually hold. So we're giving the number of phase students, the number of students that are held in the accountability model, how many are tested, what's that percent tested, then we repeat that for our EL students. So you'll see that greater than 98 and the less than 2 following the various FERPA and the compliance rules that we do in redaction. We do the same thing for traditional 912 and alt. Now our hybrid schools are a little bit of a nightmare, and I will share that with you, and that's because they're separated, they're calculated separately, K8, 912. So those added columns tend to make that sheet a little bit more cumbersome to look at, but it's all valuable data, and especially to take into consideration how that may have impacted the performance on the percent tested. I know when we were meeting with schools, we were saying, you know, the percent tested doesn't mean you didn't test. You may have had a lot of outbreaks of COVID during the testing window. So I know our schools are preparing to be able to share that information. If people were to come back and ask, hey, why is it this way? But that is what we have based on the mock modeling and the feedback we've gotten from our TACs. So if we go ahead and jump back to the PowerPoint, at this point, I know we calculated this all in the business rules that are currently published. Our next step would be if you approve the business rules, we are just fixing a few things that the field had let us know they found out in the static file or any of the calculations based on some new coding, and we'll get that updated and then run that final static file hopefully within the second or third week in September, so we have the final students in there, and then we wait for any further directions that the board may give us. And I stand for questions now. I'm not going to say sit again, but I just did. So, any questions you have? Because I'm trained.
Thank you, Wendy. That's a Wendy trifecta for our board meeting today. Very good. Any questions for Wendy? Yeah, Member Baker.
So, Vice President, core members of the board, and Wendy, as you look at all these numbers and all this information, you live in this world. We don't. What surprised you?
I would actually say how well the field tested their students and how well they were committed to testing or looking at their static files and their numbers and giving us feedback and making sure the data is accurate so that it can be used in other fashions as they move forward, I'm sure as they improve. I think that's what stood out to me the most. Compared to 20, when we were in the shutdown, there was a little less enthusiasm. They were just as enthusiastic this year about getting the job done as they were in 19.
One more question. Again, because there's so many numbers and so much information here, what is your advice to us as board members, policy decision makers? What should we be paying a special amount of attention to?
I think it's very important for all people, including the board members, to be sure that they're looking at multiple points of data to draw any conclusions, but also taking in some of those things that aren't in data. And that's going to come from the schools themselves as far as what were their challenges, what did they go through. The data is just one of those many things we have to consider. I would reiterate that we should wait until we get more methodology, the more statistically sound data coming later before drawing any real conclusions. Even with the assessment file going out this afternoon, we still want to wait for some more sound methodology approaches to doing those comparisons. That is what I would ask of anybody looking at data as it starts to come out.
We look forward to your real conclusions.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Member Wellborn.
Oh, thank you so much. Member Wellborn.
Thank you, Vice President Core, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. So I have a couple questions. I want to make sure I'm interpreting your slide properly. The slide that provided the information about the K-8 proficiency numbers. I don't have that in front of me right this second. Wait a minute, maybe I do. I don't know if, can you, yeah, okay, thank you very much. So if I'm looking at the average points there and we are comparing 18.5 points to 14.2, so that's about a 4-point drop, and that is about 25% drop. So is it fair to say that on average, students' proficiency decreased by 25%?
Vice President Core, Member Wellborn, absolutely not.
Okay.
And that's because what we're looking at is a weighted proficiency. So there was absolutely major shifts between proficiency to minimally proficient to partially proficient. So you wouldn't want to draw that 25% drop. That would be an inaccurate statement, just because of the way the model works.
So is there a way to make some kind of assessment that says our student learning, the average kids lost X percent, or is that just not possible?
Vice President Core, Member Wellborn, our hope will be that some of that information and data we're running based on the Harvard study will be able to give a little bit more solid data, reliable, to make more conclusions than the A through F component data.
Okay. All right. My other question has to do with the growth. The next slide on growth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm understanding that in the 2021 year, we could only use SGP data because SGT wasn't valid because there's no target for 2 years. But again, in comparison to what was used in 2018-19, would it not be appropriate to only look at the SGP numbers for 2018-19 rather than the combined SGP and SGT?
Member Wellborn, absolutely. And we can go ahead and get those numbers to you later so you can see that direct comparison.
Right, because I think there's a trend where SGP runs higher than SGT. Is that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay, that would be really helpful. I think that's the extent of my questions. Yep, thank you very much, Wendy. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wellborn.
Vice President Core, we have Superintendent Hoffman with some questions.
Fantastic, and then Member Ruiz to follow. Please, Superintendent, go ahead.
Vice President Core, board members, first, thank you so much, Wendy, for your tireless presentations today. Really appreciate that. I think it was Member Wellborn's second question where she was asking about if there would be a way to kind of sum up the impact of, or the decrease of student performance. So Wendy, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what Member Wellborn is looking for is what is going to be coming out in our assessment information this afternoon. So, and just, sorry, I have a frog in my throat, but in just a couple of hours, we will be, when we release the assessment data, we plan to kind of give that overarching assessment or summary of the students in terms of what that the decrease was in terms of their performance in ELA and in math. And so Member Wilburn, is that what you were asking for?
Yes, that would be very helpful, just to kind of capture the size of our challenge. Thank you.
It'll be coming in just a couple hours is when we'll be making that available publicly.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. Member Reeves, go ahead.
Yeah, Vice President Core, members, Superintendent Hoffman. I was going to ask Superintendent Hoffman to go ahead, just give us a little tidbit of what's coming back.
She's teasing it. She's teasing it.
We promise we won't tell anyone. Well, wait, but I have a question, maybe comment question, and I don't know if it goes here or not, but it's that whole issue of language acquisition, because we don't start the test till 3rd grade, but in our communities, it's like we have to deal with the fact that we have a high immigrant population, and we have anywhere from 50 to 70% of our kids up to 3rd grade who are not speaking English. It's not about teaching them how to read. It's all language acquisition. And we don't have something that, compares maybe apples to apples. With schools that don't have that issue, how do you ensure that schools who do have the issue, language acquisition, that there's the possibility of getting an A? I remember this last study session that we did, one of the first documents from, 5 years ago was, there's this policy, or maybe a policy or goal, that within this process, all schools would have the possibility of getting an A. You can't get an A if you don't have some sort of measure. You go from this point to this point in language acquisition up to 3rd grade. All we're doing is we're just measuring reading, and that's the only assessment. So I don't know if that's a comment, and maybe it's a question. I don't know if anybody can answer that. Equity, maybe that's the word.
Yeah, thank you, Member Reeves. Important considerations. Anyone else? Again, Wendy, thank you. Since you're sitting, go ahead and stand up and you're done for the day. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
So hearing no further questions, do I have a motion to approve the 2020 business rules for the traditional and alternative accountability models with the changes as described in the summary for component analysis for the 2020-2021 school year? Do I have such a motion? Thank you, Member Kay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Mack. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign? All right, I believe that was unanimously approved. Thank you. We'll move on to 5D. This is information only. It is a presentation and discussion of the Empowerment Scholarship Account 2020-2021 Q4 report. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. For item 5D, we have Kate Wright, Chief of Staff of the department, Terry O'Brien, Executive Director for the ESA program, and I also believe we have Sarah Rayvon, who's the Communications Director, and I hope I didn't get her title.
Thank you, Executive Director Williams. Sarah is actually not joining us on Zoom. She is watching us through YouTube this afternoon.
Very good. Please go ahead.
Vice President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, and members of the board, thank you for allowing me the pleasure of introducing Terry O'Brien. She is the new Executive Director of the ESA program. And I need to say that ADE and the state are incredibly lucky to have her leading this program. Terry comes with over 20 years of state agency experience, including prior roles at ADE, the State Board of Education, ADOA, and DES. She has extensive experience in continuous quality improvement and is a certified Lean Sigma 6 Black Belt and an expert in Kaizen teams for process and performance outcome utilization. Terry's skills in program management and team building are exactly what is needed to address the parent concerns that you heard earlier in this meeting. The ESA program, legislation, and rules are complex and require an experienced manager with a proven track record of continuous program improvement. Terry is going to provide the ESA Q4 update. She will acknowledge some of the technical challenges we faced in Q1, and will also share just a few of the improvements she has implemented to the program. And I must stress this, in just the 5 short weeks that she has been with the agency. Amidst multiple challenges, including a very difficult transition from Bank of America Class Wallet, Terry has stayed focused on developing processes and procedures that are directly aligned with the statute and the rules that will provide consistency and transparency for the program. By strictly adhering to statute, the rules, and the handbook, ADE will implement a program with fidelity as is clearly desired by our ESA parents. In addition to Terry, Executive Director Williams is correct. ADE has hired a Director of Communication and Outreach who herself is an ESA parent. We are confident that we are moving in a direction that will best serve families, and ADE is committed to serving all ESA students equitably. I am beyond proud of the entire ESA team's effort over the past several challenging weeks, and am particularly grateful to Terry for her leadership. Please welcome Terry, and I will now turn it over to her for the formal update and presentation.
Hi. Thanks, Kate. Yes, Vice President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to share this update. As Kate said, we are going to talk about the Q4, but I have included several other updates as far as policy and some process changes that we've been working on, as Kate said, as well as some of the things that are coming in the near future due to other rule changes that will be made very soon. So I wish I was there in person to meet y'all. Next slide. Yes, so this is obviously Q4 report. You should have all gotten it by now. The topics I'm not going to read to you. If you have any questions about the report overall, please let us know. Today, I'm just going to highlight some of the data and some of the highlights of that report, not get into too much detail. Next slide. So as you can see, as of June, and all of this is as of Q4, which ended on June 30th, 2021, there were almost 10,000 students, 9,669 in the program. And as you can see, the various application statuses that they qualify for. Next slide. Enrollment declined slightly, except grade 10. And when we say declined slightly, in most cases, it was less than 10 students. But as you'll see, you can do the next slide. That was between quarters 3 and 4. We had that slight decrease. The average amount of award as of June 30th was $14,543. And that's the annual amount. But there was an increase of 31% for applications between Q3 and Q4. And we're actually seeing greater increases now. And we anticipate with the September 29th changes, as far as the eligibility and allowing more free and reduced lunch qualified students in, we are anticipating that number to increase even greater. The good news is, though, the approvals have increased from 79 to 83%. So the staff are really trying to get to yes, and that's our new motto. How can we get kids in this program? How can we get them qualified? And how can we approve expenses? Next slide. It's hard not managing my own slides. I just got to tell you guys. Okay. The applications, those that were denied, 8% were really because they had not attended the first 100 days. And Kat, the state board staff who works with me on appeals, we are seeing that more and more parents are trying to challenge the 100 days. As all of you may know, and I'll go over the upcoming changes, that 100 days is changing to 45. So as you can see, the majority of these denials, hopefully in the future, will not happen once that change is implemented. But these are the various reasons. Next slide. To summarize, if you look at this data, this is very promising for me because again, the rules are changing. We have 45 days from the time the person applies until we can issue the approval letter. On average, we were taking 2 business days. There were 14 days. Currently, the rule is 45 days. But when I look at this data, and I am very data driven, are we going to be able to meet that 30-day change? And based on what I'm seeing, there can be some exceptions. And typically that's when parents are having challenges getting a lot of the documentation they need, especially in those situations where, in fact, it's a guardian. We have had several instances where the children were part of the DCS, Department of Child Safety Service, and guardianship was a challenge. So we're still going to see some exceptions, but overall 2 days. Next slide. Parents' feedback. There were, in the last quarter, Q4, we got 150 surveys. Some common themes, and you'll see most of these themes, we looked at these, and you'll see in the future slides, we've tried to address some of the concerns from parents. Unfortunately, some of the times the way we're trying to address it isn't making everybody happy. But there were suggestions and concerns around the frequency and content of program communications. As Kate said, we have hired Sarah Raybon, and so she did a town hall last night, guys, and she really can connect with the parents. We did not have that resource before. And keep in mind, I only started on July 12th, so I can't speak for what's happened in the past, but I think having this resource, having been working for the department before, listening to the parents today, I think opening up that communication, more transparency, the increased frequency will help quite a bit. Also, there's been the concern of lack of, sorry. Okay, we can move on. Oops, I don't know where we are. Okay, I'll just point out some summaries. There were 2 PAC meetings. PAC, I only went to the July 30th, and that's our parent group. So it's the Parent Advisory Council. More to come on that. We will be meeting with them. Sarah will be leading that group. Again, her expertise, not only as a parent, but just, overall the concerns of the ESA program are going to be vital to this success. The ESA town halls, there was one in April, and as you can see, there was 113. And then there was this big gap. Sarah did join. There was a short notice. And again, I do apologize, but Sarah just came on board. So we had her immediately, get ready. What are the big issues of parents? As you heard, curriculum and supplemental materials has been very controversial lately. So she scheduled one last night. We had it at 7 p.m. There were over 100 parents who participated. Although we took questions in advance throughout the session, she also took some questions. Again, not everybody was satisfied with the answers, but we do have a repeat session. I am going to offer the board members, if you want to sit in on our town hall, September 1st at 7. I believe Alicia and Cap both have the invite information. So feel free to register and come listen to the parents yourselves. You can go to the next slide. So the migration, I am not gonna, this is now water under the bridge, but you need to know when I started, this was like crisis mode. Every parent, and understandably, was very frustrated with the program. The migration, the original timeline, as you can see, was supposed to start on July 1st. The B of A cards were supposed to be closed, unloaded, deactivated. We were anticipating through the treasurer's office 7 to 10 business days to try to move all that money. In reality, what happened was there was a big delay. The Bank of America accounts to close them, it took an unusually long amount of time. By the time we got confirmation that the accounts were closed, and this, just so everybody knows, I had just started, you can see I started July 12th. So on July 15th, we were still kind of in crisis mode. The good news is ADE leadership and myself, we reached out to the treasurer's office. They were giving us regular updates on the progress they were making. It was obviously unexpected, but I do feel there was collaboration between the agencies to try to get it accomplished. By the 21st, we were notified that the funds were received from Bank of America accounts. We began the transfer process. By July 30th, we were able to load those funds. And you're going to see in a few minutes, this sounds like a really easy process, but it's not just pushing buttons, neither for the treasurer's office, for ADE, or for Class Wallet. So there is a process behind the process. I just want to share with everyone to be aware of that, and we'll go through it in a minute. However, I do need to share with you, after that initial migration, right, the majority of accounts, and there's approximately 10,000 accounts, unfortunately 200 were still stuck. So what we did then is go into, a tactical review. Why were these 200 accounts stuck? There were multiple reasons. There was not one single reason. However, if I had to categorize them, many of the accounts, the majority, were because the account had been suspended. So while the migration was happening, those accounts were not recognized by the system. To complicate that even more, many of those accounts, transferring all accounts to Class Wallet, did require a brand new Treasure ID number. That process, so if my account was suspended, not only did I not migrate over, but then we had to request a new Treasure ID account. So there were multiple complications. So that was the biggest bucket of the errors. In addition, there were some unforeseen systematic errors. There were glitches in our IT for whatever reason. They have now, well, for whatever, we did figure it out actually late yesterday. There were some glitches in the system so that if an account was in the process of renewal and the renewal came in, the system wasn't recognizing the date. And so those accounts too were delayed. Currently though, I believe the outstanding, and I'm disappointed, and we are working on these daily, but I do believe there are 27 accounts that still have not gotten Q1 funding. The reason for those, as of this morning, my understanding was, because I did get an update before I came on, it's those Treasure ID numbers. We need to request new ones. And so we are in the process of doing that. I'm just gonna own it, right? Transparency. So now I want to go into, so that was the whole migration. I do want to talk briefly about some policy and process updates, things that are happening or we're working on right now. As all of you may know, the department makes quarterly transfers to the treasurer's office, and that's something that we have done apparently since this program began. Historically, those funds have been deposited between the 15th and the 30th into the accounts. Obviously, this quarter was for the majority. The monies were there by the 30th. However, the new banking system removed some things and freed up, we're hoping, some time to expedite the funding of these accounts. For example, the quarterly expense reports will no longer be needed. However, I did learn the other day that for those account holders who have not spent any money in the quarter, will be required to do an attestation form. It's a real simple process. Just to let you know, we will be sending out multiple reminders to parents. So we will be able to query the accounts, find out who these parents are, and send at least 3 reminders starting in September. So September 1st, September 15th, and then towards the end of the month, really prompting those parents. And I don't foresee it will be a lot, but those are the types of situations we want to get ahead of before Q2 funding. Next slide. Am I going too fast? I hope not. I know you guys have been. All right. And I'm sorry, I had animation in this and then I learned I couldn't present it. So it would have been kind of not all in your face, but bear with me. Some things that we have worked on, and this is huge in my opinion, getting money to families sooner. There was an ALJ decision in June 21 before I started, where the application deadlines were found to be, they should not have occurred. If you look at that table, previously for Q1, the quarter period is July 1 to September 30th. But if you didn't get your application in by May 1st, you could not get funding. So if you applied on May 2nd, you returned it, you couldn't get funding to the following quarter. What resulted at, and I'm sure you can just figure it out, parents were trying to, get school started August. And whether I'm doing homeschooling, private schooling, that quarter delay just wasn't acceptable. It was too long. I did some research and it appeared as if the reason behind that was to simply try to stagger applications. However, the impact to families was extremely negative. So what I did when I came in is, as you can see, we took it away for all parents. The deadline is no longer in existence. It's gone. So what happens now, we had to work with IT because again, this is a programming issue. It is something, so we had to make sure that every time a parent applied, as soon as that application is returned, the contract is signed, that parent will be eligible for funding in that quarter. So if we get an application this year on September 30th, as long as we get that signed contract, that parent will receive Q1 funding. Keeping in mind, many of those parents have had to get some type of service or schooling for their children since the beginning, since school started. In addition to that, so that ALJ decision obviously caused a ripple of other parents appealing. And at one point, I think we were up to 30, 40 additional appeals. Rather than make parents go through that painful process of doing an appeal, we looked at the 600, there were actually 650 parents who were approved for Q2. We reached out to them and said, you know, we can, if you're interested, you can opt out. We will move you to Q1 as long as you don't, because some parents did want to keep their children. They'd already enrolled them in public school. They made other plans for that quarter. But that was a cumbersome process because we had to, you know, we talked about an opt-out process versus an opt-in. We felt opt-out would be easier for those parents. We did do that. Almost all 600 of those accounts are funded. We're not quite there yet, but we are in the process of the creation of the TID numbers, funding the accounts, and getting all those parents situated. We have been in constant communication with them. Sarah has been sending them regular updates on where we are, and we're addressing any problems or concerns that parents of that big group moving forward. But the application timeline, I do want to mention the application to award letter overall has been consistent. And I showed you a slide from Q4 that is saying we're about 2 business days. We were, and you're going to see probably in Q1, a variance in that simply because we had multiple staff out on family medical leave. So you're going to see some change. 2 days just wasn't realistic Q1, but it's still going to look pretty good. However, that is that timeline. Some of the parents are concerned regarding funding of the account. So although the processes within the rule and the statute says right now 45, but it's moving to 30, that timeline starts, the clock starts when the parent applies. It stops when we send the parent that contract. We do have to wait for that contract to come back. Oftentimes there are delays. Once the contract comes back, there is a whole processing that has to be done to set up that account. So I want to walk you through that quickly. Next slide. It's a lot of information, guys. So how do we fund a new account? This is something I had to learn like my first couple weeks here. You know, I, as an outsider, even though I've worked for the Department of Ed before, I did not realize how cumbersome our process for this is, but it is, and that's okay. I've got some good news, bad news. So the account funding timeline, I worked very closely with the Treasurer's Office. Again, I feel they've been a valuable partner in this. I didn't want it to be adversary, right? They have their agency to run, ADE, we have ours. But at the end of the day, we worked with them to set up the new class wallet accounts. So if you look at the old process above, there was a lot of back and forth, and I'm not going to walk you through every step, and hopefully we can get you this deck if you don't already have it. But it would take us a couple days to get the new account because the contract comes in. Then it would go to them, and then they'd send it back, and then we'd send it to a different department. That back and forth, you know, it took time, excessive sometimes. We worked with them, and believe it or not, you know, I'm the new executive and I'm calling them going, hey, I want to look at your process, right? They were very open. And as you can see, we were able to eliminate some of those steps. So effective on August 16th, we got another agency to change their process. Granted, it's only a couple of days, but if I'm a mom or dad and I need my funding for my student, that can make a world of difference. I also want to point out, through building that relationship, we are starting to see the Treasurer's Office and Class Wallet leaning more towards the lesser amount, the 11 days, compared to the 15, which they are entitled to, because depending on how many accounts we send them, it does take time. So I just wanted to point that out. It might not be, a lot of people might not be aware of what has to happen to fund an account, but it is quite cumbersome, as you can see. It's not pushing a button. Next slide. Oh, and that's depending, there's no other problems, right, that I talked about earlier. Okay, let me take a breath. Okay, the next thing is the class wallet concerns. We have instituted weekly meetings with Class Wallet to address two things. Number one, concerns with staff, concerns from families, and some enhancements. With any new system, and just to give you a little bit of background, at ADOA, ADOA would put me on special projects to other state agencies because of my background in process improvement. One of them was the School Facilities Board. I spent over a year there. They had to transition to the eCivis system. And I don't know how familiar some of you are, but school districts were very frustrated. So as in any new system change, parents, staffing, there is that, time where we're going through change management, changes in processes. So there needs to be system enhancements. And I'm hearing from parents and the students, parents and staff. Right now, the system's kind of clunky and cumbersome, but we are working with them and meeting with them weekly. They now have a list of our priorities of enhancements, which to me will only make it easier for parents and staff moving forward. However, as you heard today, there was a recent issue regarding Amazon, and the Amazon issue came up when parents were in Class Wallet trying to put items into their cart. As soon as ADE was notified, we got with our attorney because I was concerned, is this a breach of privacy? To what extent? She did an extensive review that we can forward to you. This was not a FERPA violation. We have confirmed that. We even got with the AG's office as well to validate. However, was it concerning? Yes, absolutely. Class Wallet immediately got with Amazon, and it was, I'm not minimizing the issue, but it only happened to a couple of parents. And what happened, they'd be in Class Wallet, they put things in their cart. When they did, they could see the name and address of not only Class Wallet staff who practiced in there, but also a handful of parents. That issue has since been resolved. But again, I want to reiterate, it was not a FERPA violation. And we can send that information should you so desire. There has also been some concerns about ADA access, so access and accommodations. Class Wallet right now is working with one particular family, although enhancements have been made. There are still some issues, specifically access to 24/7 service. So even though ADE, we gave a resource to this family to help, 8 to 5, and Class Wallet did, the family had a solid point, right? Everyone else can access 24/7. Class Wallet, I just saw today, they are going to get a temporary service until their system can be corrected. Just a quick reminder to the board, in case you don't know, ADE does not hold the contract with Class Wallet. That is through the Treasurer's Office. And the Treasurer's Office has been very proactive in working with Class Wallet and advising ADE of the progress they are making. So those are those two issues. Another big area of concern are these MCC codes. Before I came to here with the CSA, I didn't even know what an MCC code was. I quickly learned. I want to share though, upon the migration, although the majority of MCC codes in Bank of America were automatically transferred into Class Wallet, there were some that just weren't either appropriate or deemed not appropriate. They could have been for buying food and those types of things that are not allowable overall. So we did immediately, I worked with ADE leadership and the Treasurer's Office. So we looked at all the parent complaints. The majority of those, specifically 8299 was a big one used by many organizations. We got that one approved. There are some issues though. And most recently, Jackie from the Treasurer's Office, myself, we are looking at some new requests. We have a bulk of requests from parents that I will need to review with my leadership and then get with the Treasurer's Office to see if currently they can turn these codes on. keeping in mind they also have a contract with Class Wallet. So again, we're working collaboratively with our agency partners, but we are trying to open up more of those codes. They have, in the last few weeks, opened up several that were pretty obvious we should have, but they weren't even in Bank of America. So sometimes we have to wait and see what a vendor or an organization uses, and they'll look at the type of service they provide. So again, there's no comprehensive list of every organization that every parent could potentially buy from, but we are addressing these as they come up. The other thing, as far as policy and process, the appeals process. I hear that ADE was criticized previously for not giving enough information to parents about the appeals process. So staff have been very, very diligent in making sure that when they make a decision that could be construed as negative to the family. So we deny something, we don't approve your application. They are very now clear, and here's the appeals process, here's what you need to do. We even give a staff resource if the parent wants help to write that, to send over to the State Board of Education. In addition to that, so in that process, I've heard a lot of criticism that we're not trying to work with parents in advance of them filing an appeal. That is not true. And it's kind of like, I'm wondering, did we go too far one way to the right and we need to pull back a little? It's a possibility. However, what I did do is I am continuing to meet with the AG's office now weekly. So we review each and every appeal as it comes in. Then I also meet with the AG's office, our attorney, and State Board of Education staff, both Kat and Ketcher. We look at every single appeal. We look at what the parent's asking for. We are trying to find ways. For example, yesterday, there were 2 or 3 new ones that I know at least one has been resolved. And it's simply sometimes a lack of communication. It could be a whole host of things. But what we're trying to do is not have that parent wait for months and then end up, it's something we could have resolved very quickly. So we are doing that. And I think between the biweekly meetings and the weekly meetings, we are getting ahead of it. Next slide. Improving consistency and increasing timelines. So yeah, I should have been referencing to you a lot of that parent feedback. You'll see we tried to address with the initial changes that we've been trying to make. But a lot of new stuff has happened since then that we're also dealing with. But I want to talk a little bit about the handbook, right? So unbeknownst to me, previous ESA management tended to make a lot of exceptions to the handbook. And as all of you know and have heard, the State Board of Education did approve the handbook. The Parent Advisory Council reviewed the handbook, and everyone at one point in time, I believe I have it, it's to me like my Bible. It was approved, I believe, in April. So that handbook, apparently previous, from my understanding, and again, I wasn't here, so I can't tell you this is true, but based on my understanding and based what I'm hearing from parents, that there was a lot of pressure put on parents. And I'm almost going to use the word bullying. And I know that's a tough word and we don't like to say that word, but for whatever reason, those particular leaders would back down. And what they started to do is make a lot of exceptions. The result was, if you were comparing the ADE website list of approved items to the handbook, to statute, to rule, it no longer matched. It was just a nightmare. So what we did decide to do after consulting, especially with the Attorney General's office, we decided at the beginning of the school year, which was actually the new fiscal year, but also timing for the new fiscal school year, we compared those documents. We removed anything that was not clearly allowable under statute or rule. As a result, though, we also are aware that there is, you can see there, Rule 7-2-1507. So although we cleaned up the disallowable items, what we are doing, and we are committed to doing, is also complying with this rule. The intent of this rule is, in the past, whether it was a mistake, whether it was intentional, whatever the reason, if a similar item was approved by a similarly situated family, meaning special needs, military, whatever the status of that family is, that the department approve that item for that particular family as well, provided, and you can see there I've highlighted it, as long as the account holder provides sufficient documentation to support the expense. Again, in the past, real quick, go back. Oh, okay. But what I want to point out is you will hear families say, well, in the past, this was approved. That is true. However, that's only the first part of this rule. If you read the rule in its entirety, and this is where I had to get guidance, can I ignore the second part of the rule? By means, and the advice back to me is no, you need to abide by the entire rule. You can, yes, give the same item or similar item to a similarly situated family, but we are required to hold the board rule, which also says we need to secure documentation. That is a point of frustration. I understand from families because before, if enough complaints came in, there were continually exceptions made. But we're working on that. And you'll see in a minute, we've got some ideas to try to minimize that. So now you can go to the next slide. As you can see, this is a work in progress, but for those of you who, like me, you might be a little more visual in all the text. We update this regularly. And as you can see, it's like a logic, it's like a process flow. So we ask the question for and this is to improve that consistency. Something comes in, is it allowable in the handbook? And there's page numbers. If yes, approve it. If no, ask subsequent questions. We've been using this and refining this process map. I believe it will continue to evolve. What we're trying to get to, so everyone knows, yes to as quickly as possible. We are not trying to put roadblocks into families' way. However, unless the board directs us otherwise, we will try to comply with all parts of each rule, not just the pieces that are easier for us to comply with. Next slide. Okay, few more things. Inconsistency and increasing timeliness. We have actually, I think, a meeting on Monday with the State Board of Education, and I have several meetings with ADE's policy staff to review the rules, right? Make recommendations on items that are either excluded, unclear, or overly restrictive. And I'm just going to point out one example. One of the things that is excluded, they have a whole category called toys, not allowable. But is a Lego a toy? Well, some people say yes. Some people say, well, it's an educational toy. I agree. I do believe it's an educational toy. Could we soften that in the future and say educational toys? If we start to look at things that are consumables, there's this big argument that planners are consumables, but I would also argue that a school planner teaches a child how to do time management, how to have organizational skills. So to me, there's educational value in even some of the consumables. So again, we need to look for those opportunities collectively together, more collaboration, not opposing each other, but let's look at that. Let's move towards updating that handbook to increase choice and spending flexibility for parents without having them to supply paperwork and documentation and all of those things, especially when, and I really did listen and I took the comments to heart. I agree with the parent that said, we may not be educators, so I will acknowledge that. However, Kate didn't share this. I was also a national consultant. So for a nonprofit, I've worked with state boards of ed, county departments of education, state boards of education throughout the United States. But I do feel I can understand and my staff can understand there is a lot of items that are educationally beneficial, but our handbook and some of our rules are written so strict that we don't have that flexibility if we're going to uphold the intent without making exceptions day after day. Okay. Other things we're working on, we're going to reduce some wait times for approvals.
Terry, if you can, just big picture at this point. We're running a little short on time. Just big picture at this
point. Okay, we can move on then. Let's move on. Keep going. I think just the highlights here, what I want you all to know are, you can read through this. The big highlights for me are the time to approve applications, 45 to 30. Another highlight, the free and reduced lunch. The graduation issues after graduating, after getting, graduating from post-secondary. Next slide. I don't want to read these to you. There's the free and reduced lunch. We'll have some exemptions. Figuring that out. I'm working on that this week, guys, to try to figure out what's the easiest way that parents could demonstrate they qualify. Big one here, guys. And you saw, for me, I'm real excited about this one. The 100 days, the first 100 days will go to 45 current or previous year. So that's pretty much all I have. Next slide. Questions? Maybe now you won't ask me any questions.
Well, thank you, Terry. That it is an awful lot to digest, but a lot of great information. Certainly appreciate it. And would look to my colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. And Member Reeves and then Member Baker.
I'll yield to Member Baker.
Okay, Member Baker and then Member Ruiz.
Yes, Vice President Quorum, members of the board, I don't really have questions. I just want to offer an observation. As over 30 years sitting as a school superintendent, I'm unfortunately intimately familiar with parents coming to the board and complaining. And it happens when there's new programs and when there's misunderstanding. I mean, it just does. Of course, I try to do everything in my power to prevent it from happening. And if it did happen, I wanted at least for the parent to acknowledge that I had met with them and I had tried to solve the problem with them and they had been perfect. And we now have had meeting after meeting where the number of concerns expressed, the number of parents speaking, it's not diminishing, it's going up. And reading between the lines, again, with my years of experience, one of the things I'm hearing, although people aren't necessarily saying is nobody listened to us, nobody talked to us. And I feel bad for the parents who are coming and complaining to us because the hard, cold reality is that we don't have authority over this. We have authority over making rules, and maybe there needs to make some handbook adjustments so that there can be better consistency. But mostly this is an issue of administration and communication, which we don't have any authority over. So, the parents are getting a public hearing, but I feel helpless to do much about it. So again, not a question, and I appreciate Terry's comments, and I understand she's only been on board for a month, and I acknowledge that, appreciate that, but this is going on too long, too much, and something has to give.
Yeah.
We can't continue this every single week.
Thank you, Member Baker. Member Ruiz.
Yeah, Vice President Core, members, I echo the same thing, is that parents want choices. This is a choice for them. And I think maybe just the department has to accept the fact that this is a choice and this is a program for parents. Make it work. Listen to the parents. And I'm hopeful, I'm just listening to the presentation. I'm hopeful that that Terry's seems like she's got an attitude of wanting to make this work. I know we can't do anything, but we can at least we can be a voice for parents who come here and say, there's a problem. And we can just pass that on. So hopeful.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions? Thank you for your time, Terry. I like that you use the phrase, find a way to yes. And let's keep that in mind. Let's find a way to yes. Let's find a way to serve these parents and their children. And I appreciate your efforts and look forward to meeting you in person at some point. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Vice President Core, I know it's late, but we did order lunch, so either we go through the rest of the agenda and then we go have lunch, or we have lunch now and then go through the rest of the agenda, but I just wanted to let the board members know that we want to.
I will caucus with the members. Keep going. Cal's saying plow through. That's what they do in Vail. They don't train. There's no height.
Finish the
grade.
task.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone else feel strong either way?
All right, let's go.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the option. 5E, presentation, discussion, possible. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, okay. 5E, presentation, discussion, and possible action to determine the Murphy Elementary School District is in compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records and terminate the receivership for the Murphy Elementary School District pursuant to ARS 15103J. Director Williams.
Yes, Vice President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board, this is a very exciting agenda item as Murphy Elementary is being recommended to get out of receivership. I'm very proud of Superintendent Dennis Goodwin and all the work that he and his staff have done in the past 2.5 years to get out of this. It was difficult at times, and now he enjoys the successes of his work. So if there are no questions, then move the motion.
This really is a feel-good item. So do I have a motion to find Murphy Elementary School District in compliance with the FR and remove Murphy Elementary School District from receivership pursuant to ARS 15103J? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Everyone likes to have me.
Approved. There like 35 years ago. I'd like to make that.
Okay. Fantastic. Then we will have Member Ruiz as first and Member Mack as second. Any thoughts, questions, or comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Just out of fairness, I would ask that Member Wellborn not have any lunch until we're allowed to, so.
As well as Superintendent Hoffman.
As well as Superintendent Hoffman, that's right.
I'm not making any promises.
Okay, okay. I've been chastised. Duly noted, duly noted. I'm gonna move on to 5F before I say something else stupid. Okay. And that is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve Blue Ridge Unified School District participation in the Accounting Responsibility Program pursuant to ARS 1591 4.01. Wow. Director Williams.
Yes, Vice President Corr, members of the board has tabled this item for 2 board meetings, the May and the June board meeting, and has asked Blue Ridge and the Navajo County School Superintendent's Office to work towards a solution to this issue. Both parties have worked towards the solution. The recommendation is to approve, and then we are requiring through the motion Blue Ridge to give an update to the board on June 30th of 22 and June 30th of 23, 23 being the year in which the new technology system should be incorporated in Navajo County. So if there are no questions, I recommend the motion.
That's great. I will ask if do I have a motion to approve Blue Ridge Unified School District's participation in the Accounting Responsibility Program pursuant to ARS 15-914.01, and that the district and county provide an update to the board on or before June 30th of 2022 and June 30th of 2023 on the transfer of accounting responsibilities. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So
Member Burton and Member Mack, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign.
Okay. And I just want to explain,
Please.
I still stand by the comments that I made earlier. To my knowledge, the agreed upon plan hasn't been received by Navajo County School Superintendent. And I think that this may just be something that it may just be one of those statutes we need to take a look at and make some changes to
so that we don't have a situation where other entities aren't consulted prior to bringing this to the board, or even though we do consult it, it's not, they were consulted, it's not in statute that they be consulted. And I don't know what, because we haven't received that plan and county can't support for another 2 years, that's why I decided to, my vote for nay.
I appreciate that, Member Broussard. With that, the motion still does pass, and we'll move us on to 5G. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the recommendation to deny the parent or guardian's appeal and affirm the Arizona Department of Education's denial of eligibility in the Empowerment Scholarship Account ESA appeal case number 00071. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President, core members of the board. As in all agenda items like this, I need to make a thorough conversation needs to happen in an executive session.
Very good. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendation of the administration law judge and deny the appeal of MN appeal case number 00071 and affirm the department's denial of eligibility in ESA? Do I have such a motion?
Make the motion.
Reese, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kane, thank you. Any other further conversation? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Move us on to 5H, presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2-615 literacy endorsement. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President, core members of the board. Item 5H, as we heard some public testimony today, is the opening of the literacy endorsement rule. Board staff is going to continue to have conversations with board members, but also those who expressed concern or different ways to look at the rule in the upcoming weeks. So we're not looking to close this immediately. With that, Deputy Director Baden can answer any questions, or if he has any words of wisdom for our board.
Vice President, Core Superintendent Hoffman, and members, nothing else to add except during the board meeting, we did get a meeting on the books actually, which was in the works before the meeting started with some of the folks who did provide public comments, as well as some others to flush some of those steps out, because staff here is always multitasking here. And so we will, in the coming weeks, flush out some of those public comments and come back with, as we always do in the rulemaking process, with the outcome of those meetings, as well as the public hearing, and if there are any proposed changes to both the rule or the accompanying policy regarding the excellent teacher pathway, we'll keep the board up to date on those and present those in the September board meeting.
That's great. That's great. So with that said, do I have a motion once again to, the key here is to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2-615 literacy endorsement? Do I have such a motion? So move. Member Burton? Okay.
I'll second.
Member Broussard. Any additional conversation? Member Beck?
Vice President, core members, just for consideration, there's a lot of districts and schools that already do training that might align to some of the science and reading things. So I'm just concerned about teachers being double tapped to do things, through the district that then also actually aligns to science and reading, and then having to do science and reading on top of that. I think that's a big concern. And just seeing, looking for those things that are happening, looking for, and I'm just concerned about the timing, I guess, of things. There's a lot of things that are being layered on currently. I'm not sure how that conversation will continue, but really looking for opportunities, but really looking at the system-wide implications and really considering then what happens if a teacher is trained in science of reading, but the curricular materials within the district are not aligned to science of reading. So it's a really big issue in terms of like our administrators being trained, our districts being trained, our making curricular decisions in on this, and the school administrator, because, and then looking at really consistency within the school site, because when it comes down to the classroom, maybe you have one teacher in kindergarten, you know, using one system and they're calling, you know, vowels and consonants, digraphs by one thing, and then they go to another classroom, it's being called another thing. And so I think kind of like, I'm just thinking about, again, system-wide, but down to that kid, what are those implications? So just thinking, you know, the teachers within the system. So what's happening around, you know, in the ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Mack. Member Baker.
Vice President, core members of the board, I feel very strongly about this issue, especially the exceptional teacher provision. This requirement should be a tool that local administrators can use. So a local administrator, principal should be able to sit down with one teacher and say, you know, I've been in your classroom, watch what's happening, I've looked at your scores, and there's struggles going on. You need to take these classes and get this endorsement. In fact, you need to do it now, not wait 3 years. And then I'm going to follow up with a coach who's going to make sure that you're actually implementing the things that were presented to you, and then go to another teacher and say, I've been in your classroom, you're killing it. And I know some of your numbers aren't where they should be, but I've given you some of the toughest kids at your grade level because I know you're great and you're doing amazing things with those kids. You don't have to take this, right? That's the way it should be. Yes, data is important, but it should not overrule human judgment. We tried to do that with a teacher evaluation system 5, 6 years ago. It was terrible, right? And we already trust principals to rate a teacher highly enough that they don't have to be evaluated every single year. A principal can make that call, right? They should also be able to make this call. And as Member Mack alluded to, this is just not the time to be making it more difficult to be a teacher. I had lunch with a couple of superintendents yesterday. They're dying trying to get teachers. They can't, and one of the biggest crises they have, they can't find substitutes because substitutes are teaching in the classroom. So, you know, this is like saying, well, we don't even notice that. We're going to make it even more difficult to get certified teachers. Our teachers are frustrated, they're overworked. We need to give them some respect and some consideration. You know, we trust charter school operators to make a decision when they hire teachers and to decide this teacher knows how to teach you letters. We don't set up requirement. We trust the charter school operators. We trust empowerment scholarship parents to make a decision on whoever they hire to do instruction. That person knows how to do this. We trust them, but we don't trust principals to make that decision. I know this is really well intentioned, but you know, I'm thinking of a principal of Vail School District at Cottonwood Elementary School. It's a Title I school. They earned, despite this past year, despite all the trauma, they earned all 50 votes, right? So we shouldn't be going to Sarah Bates, the principal, saying, how in the world did you do that? But we're not. Instead, we're saying, I know you're running as hard and as fast as you can do, and you're doing amazing things, but all your teachers have to take 2 college classes. That's an insult. It's an insult. It's a discouragement to teachers. It's a discouragement to principals. I strongly believe we need to give local principals authority to make that call. and not try to make it from Phoenix with some numbers.
Thank you, Member Baker. Member Broussard.
Thank you, Vice President Court. And I just want to comment to Member Baker's points, because I absolutely agree that there should be some component in there. But I want to be very cautious that if we go this route with this endorsement, that it's we can tap into that knowledge that the principals have of who's doing wonderful and excelling, and but I don't want it to be so subjective. I feel like there needs to be some parameters around it. And then for those teachers who aren't doing so great, you know, that we're there to help support them and get them that endorsement so that they can get our kids supported and where they need to be.
Thank you, Member Broussard. Any other thoughts?
Member Wellborn.
Okay, very good. Member Wellborn, please.
Thank you, Vice President Corr, members of the board. I certainly am sympathetic that this is a difficult time to put additional requirements on teachers. But overall, I do think it's our responsibility as a board when there's an opportunity to provide additional training to teachers and improve their skill set. I think there's an obligation to go forward and support this in the best way we can. And certainly if a teacher is already highly effective in reading instructions, this would be an unnecessary training program. But I think our data overall shows that there was a need across the state of Arizona to improve the reading instruction across the state. So I think we should find a way to provide the training in a effective way for as many teachers as possible. And if we allow too much discretion at the local level, I don't know that the intent of the law to improve the skill set in reading instruction across the state will be met. I also have one other comment I wanted to make, just regard to the state's ESSA plan, where it calls on reaching a 90% proficiency rate by the year 2039. And my question is that mathematically possible given the percentage of EL and SPED students that we have in the state? Is it really possible for us to reach a 90% proficiency? So I'm wondering if we can do some data research to understand whether or not we have a realistic goal for, set for 2039. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wellborn. We've captured that thought. Thank you. Any other Member Baker?
Just wanted to add one more thought.
Please.
I love the intention of this, and I understand the need or the desire to do something. But this is not the first time that a state agency or governing body has said everybody needs to get training in this so that it gets better. Okay, and I would like to see anyone come up with research, hard data that shows, oh, we wanted to improve math scores, so we made all teachers take this math class, and lo and behold, student scores went up. Show me the data, show me the research, and then I'll be a believer. I wish that it was that simple. I wish we could just say, teachers take this class and then that teacher's kids will do better. But in the real world, in schools, it doesn't work that way. You give people the information, yes, in classes, but it's not just information, it's behavior change. And behavior change occurs when a good principal has teacher coaches and a defined program, and they make things happen. Simply providing teachers with people with information doesn't necessarily change behavior. All you have to do is drive past fast food places and look at the long line. And no one can tell me that those people didn't know that that stuff's bad for them, right? But
Now, you don't shame me in my Chick-fil-A ad. Don't you do that.
It's not just about information, it's systematic change. And it's not as simple. It's such a wonderful intention, and it sounds so good, and it makes us feel like we have done something. But in a practical, real world setting, it doesn't change student performance in and of itself.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, I do believe I have a motion and a second. Yes. Any other additional comments? Hearing, seeing none. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
I'm sorry, Dr. Report, I'm not certain that Superintendent Hoffman is still on the call and I couldn't hear her vote if she is.
I'm here and I would like to vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. 5I, presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2-303 sex education. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President, core members of the board. Item 5I is to just open rulemaking procedures on sex education pursuant to House Bill 2035.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2-303 sex education? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Member Broussard, do I have a second? Second. Second, Member Kay. Any additional conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Hearing none, just wanting to confirm that Member Wellborn and Superintendent Hoffman were affirmative votes for that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. It's a little, thank you. Moving on to 5J, presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2619 certification renewal requirements. Director Williams.
Vice President Core, again, we're opening rulemaking procedures on this item, so if there are no questions, move the motion.
Okay, fantastic. Do I have a motion to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2619 certification renewal requirements? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Baker, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kane, thank you. Any discussion?
Vice President Core,
Please, Superintendent Hoffman.
I just wanted to say really quickly that I'm just excited to see this move forward. We did receive a written request from the Arizona Association for School Psychologists to make this type of certification update that is aligned some changes we've made in the past year or so to support the speech language pathologists and teachers that are nationally board certified. So this is a similar move to help our school psychologists with certification renewals. So just wanted to highlight that this is in response.
Awesome, thank you. So I have a motion and a second, so I will call the vote. All those in favor of this motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Passes. Moving on to 5K, update and rulemaking procedures. R7-21001, R7-21069, R7-21070, and R7-21110. 5.41, school district procurements. I don't know why that was brutally difficult, but it was. I'm very proud of myself. Please, Director Williams.
Vice President, core members of the board, item 5K is information only, same with L, M, and O. So if there are no questions, we just go and you can say, any questions for agenda item L, and then we'll
Very good.
say
Okay.
yes or no, and you move on.
You didn't want to see me muddle through.
I just thought I'd help you out.
Okay, that's fair enough. I will absolutely take you up on that offer.
Okay.
And any comments or questions as it relates to 5K? Then do I have oh no, that's information only. Okay. Move on to 5L, update on rulemaking procedures for statewide assessments. Again, for information only. Were there any questions for staff on this item? 5M, update on rulemaking procedures, definitions and general provisions. Once again, information only. Were there any questions, comments, or concerns for staff? 5N, update on rulemaking for Article 13, educator discipline. Again, once again, information only. Any questions, comments, or concerns for staff? 5O, update on rulemaking gifted education endorsement. Information only. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Fantastic. So then we will move to 5P, presentation, discussion, and possible action to close rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2809, emergency administration of auto injectable epinephrine, and emergency administration of inhalers. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President, core members of the board. So you are closing rulemaking with this agenda item. We did have some public comment pursuant to 5P. So if any board members have any questions, please ask us staff. If not,
hearing none, do I have a motion to close rulemaking procedures on emergency administration of auto injectable, how am I pronouncing that? Epinephrine, and emergency administration of inhalers. Do I have such a motion? I'm going to go member K, member Broussard. Any additional conversations necessary?
I'd just like to make a comment that I'm really relieved that we have moved forward with this. This is something that when I first came into superintendency, I saw it as a policy. But then we had no way of actually acquiring epinephrine on our schools, our school campuses. I'm just so pleased to see that we have the ability to acquire it and have it every year and have training for this. It's very important.
Excellent, great. Any other comments? Okay, I have a motion and a second, so I will call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. 5Q, presentation, discussion, and possible action to close rulemaking procedures on the state seal of biliteracy. Director Williams.
thank you, Vice President, for 5Q is also closing rulemaking. If there are any questions for staff, would be happy to answer them. If not, just move the motion.
Okay, do I have a motion to close rulemaking procedures on the state seal of biliteracy? Do I have such a motion? Baker, do I have a second? Member Burt, any conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are on to 5R, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the fiscal year 2023 State Board of Education budget request. Director Williams.
Thank you, Vice President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. To be brief, the State Board of Education's draft budget that you all have in your materials is the first time under my executive director position in which we are asking for additional FTEs and funding. Our current budget for this year, remember the IU transferred over, is at 2.3 million. I am requesting 1.08 million for a total of 3.4 million. Of the 1.08, we're requesting 6 additional FTE State Board staff members and funding for those positions. We're requesting 4 administrative assistants for different areas the board oversees in policy, a project director of constituent services and educator development, and finally a project director of policy. There's a lot of education policy within Title 15 that needs to be reviewed and updated. And with the additional policy that the data represents within the budget request, what's happening is we're getting so many new policy items every year that we have to focus on the new ones. We're running out of time to focus on the ones that really need to be updated, like ECAPs. We've had ECAP conversations since Member Baker and I were, on the ad hoc for A through F back in 16. So there are certain things we need updates for, requesting the project director of policy. We also are requesting staff funding for the investigative unit for salary increases. I'm requesting funding for 3 assistant attorney generals to assist with educator discipline in the adjudication of those cases. Right now, we have an open case log at our side, right? So the investigative unit investigates a case, they complete an investigation, they send it over town hall to us, to Garnett, and we say, okay, now what are we gonna do with this? Are we gonna send it to PPAC? Are we gonna offer a negotiated settlement agreement? Is it a surrender to go on a board meeting? What's happening now is that we have 80 cases open. The assistant attorney generals are at max capacity of about 40 cases each for the 2 assistant attorney generals, which means if I get a case tomorrow that is a Cat 1 sexual in nature case, I cannot schedule it for PPAC until June of 2022 because we are completely booked at PPAC. Having more assistants in the assistant attorney general's office, as well as those 2 administrative assistants on our end, right, to process all the paperwork that Garnett does every single month for both PPAC and state board meetings, would allow for us to meet the 180 days turnaround time. Okay, so that's what we're asking for. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Williams. Do I have a motion to approve the fiscal year 2023 budget request as presented? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Burton, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kay, thank you. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. 5S is a presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2301 and R7-2302 minimum course of study. Director Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Corr, members of the board. 5S was added to the agenda. It is to open rulemaking on the minimum course of study in accordance to Senate Bill 1376 and including mental health instruction within health education. With that, if anyone has any questions, please let us know.
Do I have a motion to open rulemaking procedures on AAC R7-2301 and R7-2302 minimum course of study? Do I have such a motion? So moved. Baker, do I have a second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you. Passes unanimous. Hey, look at that. We're on the number 6. We're making progress. On the number 6, which is a call to the public. And Director Williams, do we have anyone to speak to us at this
Yes,
time?
thank you. For items number 6 and number 8, we have no request to speak.
Number 6 and 8, both none. Okay, very good. Then we will move on to the consent, number 7, consent agenda for certification enforcement. We have a number of them there, all under number 7. We will take them, hearing no objection, we will take them as a single motion. And again, do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A8, 7B, 7C1, and 7C2? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Broussard, enthusiastically. Anyone, do I have a second? Member Baker. Any further discussion, conversation? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Fantastic, thank you. Passes. And again, number 8, just confirming no need for a call to the public there. Thank you. So we will move on to number 9, general session certification enforcement actions. 9A is a negotiated settlement agreements. We have 4 of them. If there is no objection, I would propose we take them as a single motion. With that said, do I have a motion to approve items 9A1 through 9A4? Baker, thank you. Do I have a second? Member Broussard and by a whisker. Any additional conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, we'll move on to 9B. Director Williams, this was the agenda item we tabled in June. In order for me to work with a number of folks to prepare a findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendation of discipline. Is that correct?
That is correct, Dr. White.
I know a lot of work has gone into this. I know the hour is late in this meeting, but I would like to make sure we get through this item. I have some documents for each of you. That'd be awesome. Thank you. I will. And I know we have Superintendent Hoffman and Member Wellborn on. I believe these are to be found in document 2 on page 251 of the materials. Everyone just take just a moment.
So Vice President Corwell, the board members are looking at those items that you distributed. I just, for the record, 9B is a presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding educator Jonathan Condra, case number C-2019-588. You are correct, sir, that this was tabled from the June board meeting in order for you to create some findings of fact and conclusions of law in your recommendation regarding this agenda item.
Thank you. And we'll have kind of a 3-step process here. And again, a number of folks have kind of carefully put this together for us. And thank you for, I know particularly when we get to these items, it's important I read into the record some different things that I believe and coached up sufficiently to get this right. And if
Yes.
not, you'll continue.
Yes, and hopefully we don't have to rely on Lou But if you've prepared the board's own findings of fact, the board's own conclusions of law, and a recommendation from the board, there will need to be a motion in the record for each of those items, for the findings, for the conclusions, and the recommendation. And I will help you if you need assistance.
Fantastic. And I know Lee is ready to help us too. So we will have 3 separate motions. So let me start by saying pursuant to ARS 15-203-20, the State Board of Education has the authority to impose such disciplinary action, including the issue of a letter of censure, suspension with conditions, or revocation of a certificate on the finding of immoral or professional conduct. Additionally, pursuant to ARS 15-203(b)(4), the board may delegate its responsibility to conduct hearings and screenings to its advisory committee. As the board originally delegated this matter to PPAC, and PPAC failed to create findings of fact and conclusions of law to base its recommendation of dismissal, I am prepared to have the board make its own findings of fact and conclusions of law and impose discipline for Mr. Condra based on the record provided by PPAC. I've provided the document to an additional motions that I would like the board to consider. And again, for those joining us virtually, you can find this document on page 251 of the materials. Okay. Everyone has those materials, and I would like to propose the following for a motion of finding of fact. Utilizing document 2 of the board's materials, I would like to add 1 through 14 in the findings of fact. Renumber 15 and 16 to 17 and 18, and add the following to the facts. Let me read that, as I believe that is required. New fact number 15, or 15 fact. Mr. Reed testified under oath to the Professional Practices Advisory Committee that we have had staff meetings weekly. I'd probably say once or twice a month, something would pop off or something. And that when asked if Ms. Creswell told Mr. Reed about Mr. Condra stating to Mr. Creswell to eat a bag of unmentionables, Mr. Reed testified, I recall that, and I recall other things that was going back and forth between all 3 of them. Pertaining to the former statement, Mr. Reed testified that he did not recall documenting any of the incidents between Ms. Rivera, Ms. Creswell, and Mr. Condra stating, I may have wrote something down for the account to be put into their counseling or their evaluations. I don't recall. Furthermore, when asked by a PPAC member, Mr. Reed further clarified that I do not know about sexual content. The language was vulgar on all sides, but I don't think it was directed towards each other sexually. Let me read new fact 16. Mr. Reed testified under oath to the PPAC that I have heard all of them talk to each other in that way. I can say that I have heard them all talking that way. And when asked by the state's counsel, did you ever hear Mr. Condra tell Ms. Rivera to F only the real work off? Question mark. And no other aggravating factors or mitigating factors. Here we go. Do I have a motion to that regard? Yes. Thank you. So, thank you. Member Baker, do I have a second? Member Burton, thank you. Any conversation or discussion before I call a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Vice President Corr, this is Member Wellborn. I have to abstain because I was not able to access the document.
Thank you, Member Wellborn. That has been noted. Are we good on that? Well, okay, thank you. Number two, I would like to propose the following for a motion for the conclusions of law. Utilizing document 2 in the board materials, I propose adding the conclusions of law measured number 19 through 25. Do I have a motion in that regard?
Yes.
Thank you, Member Broussard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Baker, thank you so much. Any further conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I would ask all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Once again, Member Wellborn, I abstain.
Thank you, Member Wellborn. Appreciate it. Moving on to the third and final motion of this particular item, a motion for discipline. Do I have a motion that, based on the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law, the State Board of Education shall take disciplinary action through issuing a letter of censure of any and all certificates held by Jonathan Ryan Condra, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have a motion in that regard? Member Kay, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Baker, any other conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of approving, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. And Member Wellborn, I take it you're abstaining?
I abstain once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying. I appreciate everyone's patience with that process. And I believe we can move on to item 9C, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the certificates of Jake Betts, case number C-2020-000034 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the PPAC to revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Jake Betts for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Baker, do I have a second? Member Kay, any conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same motion. Hearing none, passes. Move on to D, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the license, revoke the certificates of Maxine Boswell, case number C-2020-000383 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendation of PPAC to revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Maxine Boswell for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion?
Yes.
Member Kay, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Baker, thank you. Thank you. Any conversation or discussion? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, we will move on to E, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of the law, and recommendation of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the certificate of Amanda Ornett, case number C-2020-000058 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendation of the PPAC to revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Amanda Ornett for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Member Baker, thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Any conversation or comments or discussion? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Passes. F, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion along recommendation of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the certificates of Brian White, case number C 2019-000351 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion along the recommendations of the PPAC and revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Brian White for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Baker, do I have a second? Okay, then we'll go member K. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. So everyone's favorite agenda item, number 10. This is where we can share any current events, future meeting dates, and items for future agenda items. Anything to share with Director Williams for the good of the order, or Director Williams, is there anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I just,
Please.
Vice President Core, members of the board, many of us have read about the transportation challenges that the schools and districts are facing because of the shortage of bus drivers.
Yeah.
So I couldn't pass up this opportunity to just remind parents, schools, and district leaders of the new transportation modernization grants program that we had legislative governor's office and legislature passed, funded, and the Department of Administration with Pay for Arizona are administering. It just opened. The grant cycle just opened on the 24th. Closes in October 8th. So I'm excited about the prospects for this program, and I just want to get on record that this is open, and I'm hoping it solves some of those problems that we're reading about.
Thank you. Yeah. Director Williams, no?
Vice President Core, I'm finished. I'm done.
All right. Well, then I am going to call this meeting to a close. Meeting will be adjourned at 2:04.